everybody. Welcome back to Armada Mondays. If you recall, our last IJN ship was this early war version of the Musashi. We have ourselves a Mogami class cruiser. We also have some basically little support ships here. We got a collection of destroyers. So this is the Shiratsu. That's your Shiratsu destroyer there. I think is this the yep, that's the Kagero class there, and in the lower right hand corner we have this one, which should be Fubuki. Now that is the Fubuki class destroyer. Hey there, Landrast, how you doing? Landrast, yeah, I've been kind of tempted to try out that now that I changed the needles, right, the nozzles when the one exploded. I was kind of tempted to try that point .2 nozzle. Now you've messed with a point .2 nozzle a couple of times. Because I was just wondering, maybe print some of my regular STL files, but with the no, I need a warmer gray. There we go. We're gonna use that a little bit more. I was getting kind of more tempted to experiment with that point .2 nozzle. The one thing though I was thinking is like, well, wait a second. Okay, so how do I get the last of the filament through the nozzle? I guess without destroying it. Right now, there must maybe there's an auto feed thing that'll just feed it through. Because once that stuff gets heated up in there, it's just kind of in there. So yeah, I was just kind of wondering. There was some STL files that I was kind of wanting to print out bigger, except and use that point .2 nozzle. Well, it doesn't matter. There's way too much stuff to print out with the regular point .4 whatever nozzle. So yeah, that's just something that might get messed around with it at some other point in the future. And Landrast, I'll have to show you. You probably haven't seen him yet, but somebody did essentially a hyper-realistic version of the Minas Tirith Gate and all of the Hornburg, so Helm's Deep. And I got those for also a Dead Moon, but that's it. There's this Dead Mumakil file, and that was the one I was thinking about printing out with the point .2 nozzle, because it's all one piece. I would have to cut it in order to try and print it out on, say, any of my resin style printers. And I was just wondering, is that the thing that I maybe fool around with using the point .2 nozzle on? Again, none of this is what was it? Oh, rocket surgery. That's it. Yeah, this is not rocket surgery. It's basically a gray-ish dry brush here, and we're pretty much doing the same deal on all of our ships here. Oh yeah, let me do this. These little destroyers, again, not gonna... That's why I got a bunch of them here, because, well, it really shouldn't be too elaborate. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So Revless, I'm glad that that was super successful for you. So Revless, geez, I know you did the T90, but I wasn't sure. Was there, did you do a particular camo scheme, or did you just basically do parade ground dark green? Yeah, that was. I keep forgetting to ask you that question, Revless. Is what kind of a color scheme did you go with on that? So thanks, Armored Wolf, for being here. I mean, I'm glad that you guys are feeling better. But holy smokes, Armored Wolf, that was pretty intense. I mean, it sounds like you had one of those 103-degree fevers or something like that. Someone was just telling me that I guess apparently in the last week they had a 105-degree fever or something like that. I think the last time I heard 105-degree fever, that was also described as being literally on fire. So I didn't know that you could have a temperature that high and still come out the other side. Okay, Revless. Well, Revless, at any point, if you wanted to share any pictures of what you've been doing with that, please go ahead and share those. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I'm just wondering. Remember the crazy thing that I had? It was right around basically Christmas Eve. It was what was Monday? Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago, on Monday, something like that. Maybe three. I don't know. And remember, it hung around for a couple of days. I just wonder maybe if I had some super mild version of that. I suppose it's possible. All right, I need me. Oh, actually, I've got a whole bunch of the those golden high flow acrylics. I gotta. That's right. I gotta get those. Also, I'm gonna try and get the Griffin version of Prussian blue because well, all of my Prussian blue is that's Alkids is pretty much actually even my regular Prussian blue is. So I'll tack that onto that order there. I'm gonna be curious to see how that stuff goes through the swallowtail. Actually, Landress, have you had a chance to play with that anymore in the last day or two? I think I forgot to ask you last stream, which was earlier today. Yeah. Again, this doesn't feel like Mondays because I was already streaming today. So if I get confused on some stuff, just bear with me. Just say, hey, it's not Thursday. Also, it's not Friday or Saturday because of course tonight another glorious night in college football as NDSU secures well the dynasty continues. Montana State, holy smokes, what a comeback! It ends up at a 35-32 score in favor of the Bison. So Zelnick, how you doing? So yeah, Zelnick, I had my French ships printed out, but there was no way because I have to do all the water effects stuff. I was hoping to have Dunkirk, Richelieu, and Corbeau, uh, Corbeil, but yeah, didn't or no Carnot, Carnot. I just no way to get those ready. And sorry, I got you that message later. I thought it's because I tried to send it on the iPad, and I've actually had a few messages. Yeah, I would press send on the iPad, then I would go look at one of my computers or something. I'd be like, well, where's the message that I sent? So yeah, I think I sent you a message. It was on the iPad, and it never actually got sent. So apologies there. Let's see. There's a 1/72nd scale tank. Well, Revless. I don't know. Maybe. Well, of course, obviously, budgetary concerns do arise, but why? Yeah, just get as many as the budget's going to allow. Just have some fun. Just go ahead and have at it. The more, the better. Oh, I'm glad, Zelnick, you're going to be at Adepticon. And Zelnick, this place is, well, it's vast. Just ask Armored Wolf. Oh, geez, Armored Wolf. I guess they're not doing the on-site meeting then this month, since it's now, well, that was the January. Was that the January meeting yesterday? Yeah, sorry I missed that, but well, is what it is. I forgot all about meetings. So yeah, I guess I'll have to tell Hank sorry for missing all the meetings. It's just they're gonna have to do them in a different day and a different time if I'm ever gonna be at those. That's kind of how it goes. All right, we got these things with that stuff. Let's do the other stuff with this stuff. Hey there, Valfira. Yeah, Valfira, I just, well, Here's the other thing, Velfair. I basically ordered another. Essentially, it's not a tin snip because tin snips tend to. There's one that's a righty and there's one that's a lefty. The snips that I was using to cut this stuff, I can't find it anywhere. I looked for an hour and a half while I was on a conversation. Basically, I was trying to do some research for my sister because of that Whipple procedure she has to have done, and I actually was able to talk to somebody who actually did one of those. So I was again trying to find out some information from my sister on that, and all the while I'm doing that, I cannot find that stupid thing anywhere, and it's driving me nuts. So I just said, forget it. If I have a second one, even if I lose that, which I will, at least I'll be twice as likely to find one of them. So yeah, that's how today went. Well, Revless, yeah, that waiting is not half the fun, is it? What anticipate? Yeah, waiting is not half the fun. So Valfair, I'm glad that you kind of you didn't quite have to deal with maybe. Like, I don't know if it was as bad for everybody. The initial predictions of Snowmageddon 2025. I'm just doing a little something different here on this destroyer. So did Maryland get about 9 inches of snow? I mean, that was hearing things like they were supposed to get at least 6 to 9 inches of snow, and of course, that's way more than they're used to dealing with, right, Zell? I mean, they're used to dealing with 9 inches of snow every 10 years. So I'm thinking that that didn't go so well. So 9 to 12. Okay, I was right. I would imagine. Well, even like in Kansas and stuff, it was like, where's the snow plows? I do believe the city of Chicago, especially when they hooked the snow plows and the salt spreaders to the garbage trucks, you're talking about thousands of basic, what we call them, snow fighting vehicles. Thousands of them. Not to mention all the plows that IDOT has. So again, getting a little start on our water stuff here. Little start. We're going to start to juice up our stern churn here a little bit. Hey Moriarty, welcome back. So Moriarty, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate that. Hopefully the shock and horror of the previous stream has been recovered from, and now there's new shock and horror that will happen. Velfira, well, actually, Velfira, if you can tell me which kind you got, it'll be interesting to compare these. These Velfira, I think they're about 22 bucks. There was a couple that I was going to get because they looked okay. Then I saw the feedback, and now I don't know if they always included this, but there was a little yellow alert box that said frequently returned item, and I went, let's double check that feedback again. There wasn't really a whole bunch in the feedback to indicate that, but yeah, I went with another one. Well, it just got creepy in here. It just got creepy. Thank you so much, Darling Creepshow, for the raid. Appreciate that. Of course, everybody, please give Darling Creepshow a follow. So, welcome back, Josarius. And hey there, Kago. Nice to see you. Oh, hey, Kagome Sphere, look at this. I was kind of hoping that you might end up in the stream because this is the Kagero class destroyer right here. So I know it's not the same as Kagome's Fury, but I just thought this would be kind of funny if you actually, and you get a chance to see it. Look at that. You actually get a chance to see it. So thank you so much, Darling Creepshow. Appreciate that. Hey there, hey Arik, how you? Oh, Arik Scott, how you doing? So everybody, please give Darling Creepshow a follow. Creepshow, if you want to post anything in the chat, same thing there, Kagomi's Fury. So Aaron, how you doing? Nice to see you. So we are painting some more of our 1/1800 scale ships.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Here's an example of our latest one that we painted. This is actually an early war version of the Musashi right there. Thank you so much, Mahari. Appreciate that. So I admit, this is a little bit bigger than the other ones you've been showing me, but no, I'm not sailing to Valinor on that. I'm guessing that the accommodations are not satisfactory. Thank you so much, Coco Bunny. Appreciate that. Huh? You think I won't fit on there? Wait do you see this, Gandalf? So, Creep Show. Yeah, we'll have to show you. There he is. There's Catdoff. There's Catdoff the Grey. Well, I don't know. Maybe I could wear that as a slipper. Not sailing to Valinor on that. It's like, dude, you really smell like pipeweed. It's like, no kidding, man. Look what's hanging out on my face. Oh, he also smells like catnip and litter box. Thank you so much. No time for bowl. How you doing? Appreciate you being here. So check it out. Well, actually, I still have the other ones. I printed out Boromir and a Gimli one. Here is our, that's a Cat Ladriel right there. That was super fun. Where are they? Here they are. So these are the Argo kitties right here. Yeah, we did 2 of these. These are all from Apache Studios. Yes, Apache Studios for those. Actually, here was our last few streams. Some Song of Ice and Fire. I mean, simple freehand, a little bit of non-metallic, and horsies, because this is the Cavalry channel after all. So that was a couple of streams there. I think that was our weekend streams. And of course, Creepshow. I don't know if you saw we got the Kathy Jiro holiday figure with the icicles and the snow effect. And of course, we have now determined that the Greek god of snow and icicle effects is Isocles. Yeah, Isocles, that's his name. Let's get you back over there. And again, here's some of our other 1/1800 scale ships that we've done. I mean, that's just a tiny portion. Just a tiny portion of them. So thanks, Dice. Appreciate that. Hey, Michael Paints Minis, how you doing?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
So, Kago, if you want to post something in the chat there, I know you got some links. And same thing there, Michael. And everybody also, please give Michael Paints Minis and Kagomi's Fury a follow in addition to Darling Creepshow. Now, here's for the holidays, we still continued Armada Mondays in a little different fashion. So this was actually a ship that I painted in oils when I was 13. Yeah, when I was 13. There it is. And now you can see a modern version of it right there. And oh, look, it's very festive. It's an ornament. Yes, it's literally just a flat piece of plastic. And that was super fun. Very fun doing that. Now here, let's grab. Is this this is Essex right here. Yeah. So we've done a big U.S. fleet. Yep, that is Essex. Recognize the 5-inch guns there. And of course, so where's our Italian? Here we go. Yes, the Regia Marina here. There's one of our Italian ships. That's the Roma. I now have some French ships. I have Dunkirk and Richelieu. So everybody, again, please give Darling Creepshow a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. We're painting these with oils. Oh, and of course, last night's stream, we did 3 little dwarves. Here's a couple of them there. Again, just some super simple freehand, a little bit on the cloaks there, and then just the kind of Moria glow coming from underneath there. I think, where's number 3? Oh, here he is. Here's our third one over here. So yeah, again, just a super simple. We call that four triangles in a square. Right there, that's what that's called. Get you back up here. So we're painting in our water effects, and these were done, believe it or not, with the same heavy gloss gel that we use for all the snow and the icicles. So yes, that's who knew that Isocles also you know ruled the seas as well. He's quite the powerful Greek god. He likes to diversify. He doesn't want to keep just the same portfolio. He wants to diversify that portfolio. And all of this is, let's see, there we go. So you can see that's actually sculpted in. We're not just painting this on. There's actually a texture that is sculpted in there. Now here it is. Here it is. So this is, we just posted this video to the Patreon page here. At least I think so. I think I posted it. But this is Loot Studios figure, and this was after stage 2. We have one more stage to go where we're going to add all of the lighter highlights and such to all of the freehand designs. Oh, thanks, Michael. Michael, it's just one of those days where I think even if my head was attached to my body, I would still lose it. So yes, just the head being attached to the body is not necessarily a prerequisite to maintaining possession of it. It been that kind of day. So thanks for the confirmation there, Michael, because there was all of a sudden I'm just thinking I might have, but well, kind of like that message that I thought I sent to Zell. It's like I sent a message. Oh wait, yeah, it wasn't until I was desperately trying to get ready for the stream I went, that message never got sent. Hey there, Denethor, how you doing? Everybody please give Denethor a follow too. So Denethor, great to see you again. It's like, well, you know what? I know that the pointy hat guy, he's kind of cranky. He doesn't like you little guys here, but I'm all good. It's like you're kind of too much of a fan of fire. It's like, yeah, I like fire, but I also like tomatoes. So thanks. How you doing there, Denethor? Oh, actually, Zell, I meant to buy more files from Lee, but I guess Lee is not participating in the winter sale. And actually, Zell, I wasn't sure if he even knows that that's a thing. Because I was telling other folk, oh yeah, go and buy a bunch of fleet packs and stuff because it's the winter sale. So, I mean, if you can kind of secretly ask him, hey, were you doing that winter sale on my mini factory? Because I just don't want him losing out business because he didn't actually know that that was a thing. Because I didn't know it was a thing until this year. Let's see. Aaron, yeah, that's when you know that there's not much going on upstairs, right? For me, yeah, there'd be room to spare because with all the space between the ears, you could compress that. Yeah, you can compress it to make it fit easier because there's way too much space between the ears. I need to get me some more fast matte white out here already. Let's do that. So yeah, so I just didn't want to ask him because it would be weird, right? I thought if you asked him and you're not looking to buy files off of my mini factory from him, I thought it'd be better if you asked him. That was the other message I meant to send, Zell, to you was, hey, could you ask Lee if he knew that, hey, there's this fabulous winter sale going on? And I just thought, oh man, I hope he's not losing out on that. Because not everybody's doing it. And some folks are only doing like a 30%, not the 40. Some are doing 50. And by the way, that only goes to January 10th. So that's the other thing I got to do after the stream is, well, do some more of that. Zill, I think, yeah, we can definitely do that. More weird, more better, right? And of course, Creepshow, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Actually, no time for bold. Is there something you wanted to share, like something you've been working on? I know that the stream times have been super, super wacky and everything. Later and later and later, so my apologies for that. But here's hoping that also you had yourself a decent Christmas and stuff. All right, so now we're starting to get this worked in here. And again, this is where we still actually technically here you've got the little bit of a time lapse there. And this is just the Prussian blue ink mixed with the Steiner Res black primer. You can kind of see what the color is there. And again, using the oil paints, just doing, I'm leaving this one so that maybe we could, maybe later in the stream, there's lots of new folks. We could kind of show them the process again. It's always nice to be able to review the process for folks that maybe they come in a couple hours into the stream and they didn't get to see how a certain thing was done. Oh, and of course, Denethor, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, I know you got some stuff you can share. And Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff, but please go ahead. And of course, again, Kagomi's Fury, please go ahead and share. I know you got stuff to share. Actually, were you going to be streaming this week at all? Yeah, were you going to be doing some streaming this week? We're just keeping this real simple for right now. Do we get the? Yeah, let's get to this one. Let's get this one. This is actually not as late as we can go here. Once we do this, we're going to get back to our ships. Probably going to start doing some of the little bit of glazy stuff on them. Then go back to the water. Then go back to the ships. Rinse and repeat. Now I'm hoping to be painting some of that Erebor. I'm just going to call it Erebor terrain on Thursday stream. Again, unless things go a little bit whatever, and I just paint the other 3 dwarves on our Thursday stream. So everybody, please check out that link from Denethor. Please give Denethor a follow. 1,000 Young, the eye that never sleeps. We're keeping an eye on you there, 1,000 Young. How you doing? Actually, Valfera says that Michael streamed earlier today. Yeah, gotta churn up the water. Oh, Valfera. What was it? It was, geez, I had a mustard joke for you there, Valfera. I had a mustard joke for you. Can't remember what the heck it is, though. I'm sorry about that. I came up with it. See what I mean? Yeah, I came up with it during the day. Of course, when you're doing this all day, every day, right? Now, where's my... here it is. Yeah, so we will have the... I want to try and have, like, magnets and stuff, but these... we'll have these at Adepticon. Again, the Flaming Chainsaw keychains. 1,000 Young, if you wish to show off any of your sculpting goodies, go right ahead. Go ahead and share those in the chat if you want. So 1,000 Young, just well, I have a whole bunch of football analogies that I can use. I got tons of football analogies. Actually, Valfera, I'm still working on a 5.25-inch floppy drive. Maybe that's the problem. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that 1,000 Young just posted. So yeah, who would have thought, Valfera, that the using a 5.25-inch floppy disk for your drive system would be not a great idea in this age of Windows 11. Yeah, still on DOS. Zell, that's fantastic. And again, say hello for me, and just tell him I'm trying to get more of the ships. I have some of the French Navy. I will try to get, and I actually got some of the Kriegs too. I got Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Bismarck. I'll try to get more of those. Obviously, I want to branch into the World War One stuff too. But tell them Happy New Year for me and such. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. So I have been printing out. I forgot to include them on the last few build plates, though. I have been printing out some of the War of the Ring board game terrain, and again, that's part of the. Well, talk about the big secret thing. Well, it's not so secret. It's the big not so secret thing that I've been working on. So Valfera is going full on Commodore 64 there. And your printer doesn't even have descending characters, right, Valfera? Yeah, it's not even dot matrix yet. Yeah, that's Trench Crusade. Yeah, that's the big thing, right, Thousand Young, that everybody's into. And I guess those files haven't unleashed on My Mini Factory yet, right? So I was telling folks that once those end up on My Mini Factory, I'll try and at least get a couple of them, and we'll try to paint them up on the stream here. I just obviously I do not have those files. I mean, if I did, I could say, oh, hey, we'll try and paint those up on stream, but I don't have those files. Velfair, I'll never forget how actually my brother-in-law and I we were just talking about that because he got the one of the very first descending character printers, and it was like it was a Bamboo X1 carbon. Yeah, oh yeah, the old cassette tapes, right, Ardo Michael? Yep. Well, and of course, everybody knows the story of my. So I was doing the Eagle Scout awards ceremony, right? And they want as many former Eagle Scouts as they can in the building. And I could still wear my uniform, so I had my uniform. I also had my sash, my merit badge sash. And, well, a sizable portion of the badges are still pretty much the same. There was one that was a wee bit different. And they could not understand this thing. They're like, what is that? And I said, that's the computer science merit badge. And they said, but what are those? I said, those are punch cards and magnetic tape. Yep, that was welcome to computer technology. So yeah, Thousand Young, a little bit of a different era, right? Just a bit of a different era. Let me get this going here. So yeah, they were like, but no, they're all chips. I said, no, 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 those are punch cards. I think there might have been one other mirror badge that was different now than it was then, but yeah, that was the one that they locked in on, was the computer science mirror badge. Yeah, well, the one thing, Velfair, is the sleeves. Um, they they were a wee bit short. They were a wee bit short, and I think the uniform pants, those I've lost those a long time ago, so I just had the shirt. Hat also long gone, so that's basically all I had was the shirt and the sash. They were very surprised when that's all I wore to the ceremony, but is what it is. You wear what you got. Fortunately, I think it was during the summer, so it didn't really matter so much. That would be a little bit more difficult, say, on a day like today. Now let's get the rest of our black and Payne's gray mix. So actually, one of my favorite pictures as a kid was always the Mikasu. So it's a Mogami class cruiser. It's not the Mogami, but the Mikasu. Yeah, with there's because there's a these are the plane catapults here, and there's a big explosion here, and the plane actually flips up and it's sitting on top of the turret here. Valfair, those were the most bizarre belts ever, weren't they? I'm not quite sure what they were supposed to be. I don't think they were ever really truly meant to be belts. There you are. Well, it's kind of like the store, the signs in the store more area where it says no shirt, no shoes, no service. It doesn't say anything about no pants, so they really have no right to get upset because they didn't detail that in the sign. They only mentioned shirts and shoes. All right, so again, we're just doing our darker glazes over these. So Thousand Young, I'm just Tron. I think it was there was Tron. There was Joust. That was another one. There was one that was like a decathlon or something like that. Yeah, I could swear there was one that was like a decathlon or whatever. And basically, all you did was just kept hammering away at one button. Okay, so now we got our glazes on those. Now we go back to the water. You can kind of see where it is that we're headed with our Mogami cruiser there. So the fun thing about having a bunch of these is that you can kind of see the different stages. All right, so here we go. Let's line this up again. Whoops, this way. So there's kind of your progression right there. Oh, it was track and field. Okay, thanks, Artemet, because you had there was the javelin. I think there was a shot put. There was was it like the hurdles or something? I don't know if you did a long jump, didn't you, Arta Michael? Well, see you later there, Zell. Again, sorry this is starting up so late, and well, here, hope you survived the snow, okay? Hope you survive your snowmageddon there. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow anyways. Not via the stupid iPad, though, so that you actually get it. Thousand Young. I'm trying to think the first time I sculpted, though. Was it on a Blood Bowl fig? Oh, yeah, bull centaurs. I was sculpting some bull centaurs for myself, and I had to sculpt those kind of legs. Taking that, doing this. So, Arta Michael, I guess I don't know how much snow you ended up getting up there. And I guess the other question too is, was it the heavy, wet kind of snow that breaks branches? Because that's the kind of stuff that makes it less convenient when there's no electricity because all the branches are falling on the trees. Which I guess is what's going to happen in Texas and stuff. Because now I guess they're looking at somewhere around possibly as much as 6 to 8 inches of snow in some parts of Texas, I guess. So it was nice knowing you. It was a good run for Texas. But all things must come to an end. So yeah, Artemico, geez, I think it's about 30-ish here, maybe 31, 32, something along those lines. let's do this. There we go, getting some more of our dark here in our water. That's our obviously kind of our ambient water there. That's kind of how we refer to our object source lighting. There's the ambient light versus the source light, right? Yeah, Michael, max velocity hasn't gone full on nor'easter. He won't say nor'easter, but he keeps saying, well, it's looking that way. He won't fully commit to nor'easter yet. Yeah, for us, basically, I mean, we've gotten a few little light dustings, and I don't really think any other snow is coming our way. Now, it could be a little bit, actually, I guess the cold is also going to miss us. I mean, here it's going to be in the teens or something like that, like whatever, that's January. I guess there's going to be some places where it will be about zero-ish, and that's your air temperature. That is not your wind chill. So enjoy. Have fun with that. I'm sure you all will. Now let's get to some of our darker stuff in the water, shall we? Let me roll in with another craft brush here. Or might just let me use this guy. So yeah, Artemichael, max velocity. I'm telling you, it's a kid that's only in his early 20s, and he is so much more accurate than all of the National Weather Service and everything. It's scary. It's shocking. Now, I was wondering about that, Velfer, because it did it turn out to be more snow than ice? Because I think at first ice was like, oh, the entire state of Kentucky is going to be covered in ice, and I think it kind of shifted more to snow. So again, here on the, we don't just get the Wampelville Sports Network here. This is also a cuisine channel. It is also a weather report channel. Yes, indeed. Who'd have thought you'd get that too? Again, I mean, we'll get some colder stuff going on here too at some point, I'm sure, but not today, not tomorrow, I don't think. So you can see how that starts to separate these. Now we're going to go back with our lightest stuff in the water. But you can see how that's still kind of shiny on our ships there. Well, that means we got to wait. We don't want to be hasty little hobbitses. So yeah, I think that was a change. Again, I thought for sure it was more supposed to be an ice event. Again, this dirt all the way out to these edges here. And now we can come back with our much lighter stuff in the water. Let's start doing that. Maybe with this. So we have a Mugami class cruiser. We have a Fubuki class destroyer. Is this the, yeah, oh, and this is the Kagero class. So we have Kagero class, Fubuki class. I think this is the Shiriatsu class destroyer here. Now this one, one of the reasons I didn't do this one is I could not identify this because, well, Coco's models, he doesn't always, on his fleet packs, doesn't always have the, shall we say, the best of identification on some of the ships there. Oh, good. I do still have some of my fast matte white sitting over here. We're going to start breaking that down because thin sticks to thick and vice versa, right? So we're just kind of breaking this stuff down. This is one beat up. That is a beat up brush right there, which is fine because we don't need precision from it right now. We just need to be able to place some of this here on our water effect. And look at that. See how much lighter that churn can be? This is why I wanted to use this more beat up brush here, so that I could essentially just kind of stipple away here and not worry about wearing down any bristles or whatever, because they're already pre-worn down. So yeah, Arda Michael, that it's more effort is being spent avoiding the work than doing the work, wouldn't you say, Arda Michael? I mean, literally, if you just tell the person, if you spent as much time doing the assignment as you did trying not to do the assignment, and the repercussions thereof, it would have worked out a little bit better for you. Now I want to try and get some of that light down in here as well. So Aaron, yeah, I would imagine that actually Aaron, do they? Well, I don't know how many places do like what we do here. Is you get all your garbage trucks, you put a snowplow on the front, you put a salt spreader on the back, and all of a sudden you have basically doubled the size of your snowplow fleet or tripled. And again, Arda Michael, sorry that that is the case in today's world. Oh well. Definitely more of a like right there. Again, that is an actual wave. That's sculpted in. So we got more IJN ships here, Valfera. Again, I meant to have the French ships. Remember that snips that I was telling you about? Well, to cut this plastic here, I needed those snips, and I have no idea where they are. I looked all over the house, could not find them. And that's when I just said, fine, we'll just get another one. Well, let's put it this way. The one that I'm using is actually kind of too heavy. It's meant for cutting metal. And by metal, I mean like sheet metal. This one, it could probably still cut that sheet metal, but I think it might actually be a little bit better for the plastic stuff. So yeah, Aaron, basically all of it, well, because we have alleys here, and I thought every city had alleys. Apparently that is not the case, and the snowplows are too big to fit through the alleys. So, well, what's going through the alleys all the time? That would be the garbage trucks. So literally, as they're picking up the garbage, they're also plowing the alley and salting the alley too. Veil Fear. Well, remember the only reason I had this because I was looking for the original painting, which if I found that Christmas decoration that normally would hang in the place where I had hung this painting, and that's the only reason I found it, is because I found a Christmas decoration that was hanging in its place. Or no, the ship was hanging where the Christmas decoration should go. Otherwise, we still wouldn't have painted that thing. Again, that's the state of play for the again what remains of the brain here. There's not much left. Gonna get me some more of my light here. More of a fast match. Ooh, let me get some of that out of that brush. See where it's too much. Can I use? Nah, we're gonna use you as a blending brush there. Valfira, that, I mean, some people might react in some kind of shock and horror to that story, but for me, my reaction would be, why wouldn't they be? Because that is definitely something that I would probably do here. Yeah, my reaction would be like, why hasn't that happened more often? I mean, there's been several times I almost put my phone in the refrigerator. I mean, those phones do get warm. Sometimes you just got to cool down that battery. All right, there again, there's some of our lighter lights. We'll just use you as a blending brush here. All the way again. Some of this goes all the way to the edge of the base. Now, as far as you say, okay, well, what would you use these in? You know, what kind of game would you use these in? It would seem that Victory at Sea, that's a game by Warlord. It uses 1/1800 scale figures, and the base size does not matter because you're measuring from the bridge. So, because that was my one concern, is that I essentially was making my own base sizes here. And games like, well, Armada, the thing that actually gave its name to Armada Mondays, that is extremely reliant on base size. Now, of course, that's a game where ramming and boarding is a thing. Second World War, I'm just, that was slightly less a part of the tactical regime. Yeah, boarding, it did actually happen a few times, but not quite in the swashbuckling manner, say, of the Armada type era. Denethor, there's a whole bunch of things like even this. Well, those aren't supposed to be there because this is essentially a pre-war version of the Musashi. Obviously, there should be anti-aircraft guns all over this deck. There should be anti-aircraft guns sitting on these turrets, right? But they're not on there because again, these are early war. And even here with Issei, I think these are both. Yeah, this is both Issei. Again, here's both configurations of Issei. So there's going to be several. That's why I was having a hard time IDing that one ship, Denethor, because again, there's different eras, and he really doesn't specify. And of course, too, it's just a class of ships, Denethor. It's not necessarily the specific ship. How about we welcome in the Zhang? Happy New Year there, Zhang. Great to see you. If everybody's not already following the Zhang, please go ahead. So Zhang, was it Bricks or Gundam today? I didn't get a chance to say, hey there, Miss Spock, how you doing? Welcome back. And Dragon Reach, nice to see you too. And hi, Master Builder, great to see you. So we are working on some more of our 1/1800 scale ships here. We'll just kind of, there we go. There, we'll line them up like so for you. So there, we're working on these 4 ships right here. The lead ship here is, this is a Mogami class cruiser. There's a little reference in the lower right. Is this the Fubuki? Yeah, this is the Fubuki class destroyer. That's down over there. You can kind of see where we're headed, right? Because, oh, look, there's an early war version of Musashi. So we're doing our water effects now. We'll get back to our ships as soon as our glazes dry on there. Also doing some weathering on some Gundam. That's fantastic, Zhang. Zhang, I think you had a chance to see this, right? This was a couple of Armada Mondays ago, and obviously a holiday theme because ornament, and that was a fun oil paint. The same paints that we're using to paint this are the exact same paints we used to paint that. Oh, those War Thunder, yeah, Denethor, those are definitely going to be modified quite a bit. So again, we have all kinds of fleets that we've been working on. We have our Italian fleet, the Barbershop Navy. We also have our U.S. fleet there. We've done a fairly sizable U.S. fleet for sure. And now our Japanese fleet's pretty much about the same size. Let me... Now, Zhang, I don't know if you had a chance to see the Lord of the Rings themed cats that we did. So there's Cat Ladriel and there's Cat Doff. We also did the Argo kitties. Where are they at here? Here's one of them. There's one of the Argo kitties. So yeah, Denethor, those are going to have custom skins on them and all kinds of wild, wacky stuff. Actually, this is part of a series of vids here. Check this out. So this has been very fun. So this is after part 2 of a video series. Part 1, we drew this out, and then part 2, we were transferring all of these designs. Here's the one for the cloak, and then we are going to be highlighting that as we did with... So right here, so see what we did on that cloak. We're doing the same thing there. We painted a couple of these guys last time. We did 3 of these guys. It was a 5-hour stream, I think, and we did 3 of these gents right here with the source lighting and such. So thanks again, Jang, for the raid. And of course, it's always appreciated. Thank you so much. If you wanted to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. I am going to get... No, I need to neutralize that a little more. Okay, here we go. Just a bit more. So again, everybody please give the Zhang a follow if you could. That would be great. Let me lighten this up a bit more here. So eventually I'm hoping to get files like Shinano and some of the other ones where they did the really wild dazzle camo schemes on them. Most of the other IJN ships had no camo on, but they did have these very interesting markings here, right? The meatballs on them there. So that is Kaga and Akagi right there. Now, thanks so much, Zhang. Appreciate that. Now, here's another one of our more recent Tomb Kings right there. So very fun. Let me get something here. Okay. Oh, and that's got a magnet on it. 1 second here. Okay, let me move that over there. That over here. So yeah, that is pretty much... Oh well. Let's get our grays going on this. And thanks again everybody for being here. Typically Mondays, that is as we call it, our Armada Monday stream. We've also painted things like these well, here's again our 28 mil scale ships. Where are they at here? There they are. We did 3 of those. That's just one of the 3. We also have painted some of these too. That is a much larger scale. That is in a much larger scale. Let me make sure. Okay. So thanks so much. Appreciate the raid. Let me get this going here. Just straightening out here. Again, we got that glaze that we put in there. It's still, so we see it's a little bit shiny in there. We're waiting for that to set. And we're using regular oil paints right out of the tube here. These are regular oil paints. And most of these should be pretty much dry by this time tomorrow. Let me see, where did some of that go? Let's put this in here. Oh, there's maybe some torpedo launchers right there. That's what I'm looking at. So thanks again, Zhang, and I hope you have a fantastic, some fantastic chow there. And again, thank you so much for directing everybody here. Appreciate that. Now we're gonna start to get some more of our lighter things here on these, on the turrets and such. Let's do that here. Let's move these, because these guys, as you can see, we still have. That one's not so. That one's getting there. Our other one definitely needs to set a bit more. Valfira, it's really shocking, right? What it can do to that stuff. I mean, if it just has to sit there, like you get a little drop on those handles, say goodbye to the paint on the handle, right, Valfira? It's gone. There we are. Actually, let me scare up my reference for this here. No, that's not it. Come on. Let me get rid of some of these. I don't need all of these references sitting out here. Let me find my Mogami reference. 1 second. There we go. Let me zoom in a little bit on that. I just want to see, okay, the deck does reach all the way back there. Okay, that's just what I needed to see. Also was looking, oh, you know what, this is different. This is one where your gun barrel cowlings are actually black instead of white like all of the other ones. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Phoenix Brick. At least I think that would be Phoenix Brick. Again, not going to Valinor on that. Come on, man, where are those surfboards? It's like, dude, they're aircraft carriers, not surfboards. Like, no, they're surfboards. This will be our first Gandalf 6. We actually had 4, count them, 4 Gandalf 6s last night. Count another one. There you go. Another Gandalf 6 for Phoenix Brick. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's do some more of this here. Yeah, we're just going to lighten this up. Like so. Some more there. Yeah, it was pretty shocking. I mean, obviously for me, given what we do to brushes here, it was really no big deal. But I know that was a little bit of a surprise to Kathy, and definitely other folks that are, well, they're more interested in the preservation of how their brushes look, right? Me, not so much. This is a place where brushes go to die hard. Sorry about that, Arid. Sorry about that, Arid. Sorry about that, Arid. No, we won't do an artificial echo. We won't do that. Everybody, please give Arid Wave a follow, and of course, Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest link there in the chat, please go ahead. And you'll be doing your usual Thursday stream, I believe. That'll be Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific. So now we're starting to get some of our, again, some of the lighter grays back in here as things begin to set. Let me recover this too. Let me do this. Yeah, I can only do so much of that because around it, there's just a little bit too much of the of our previous glaze sitting there, which is fine. Now let's do this now. And here. So Velfira, well, we'll do a couple of film noirs. Actually, Velfira, some of the dwarf film noirs, while were interesting, right? Because they, as you would expect, the object source lighting really did just, well, get turned off completely. So here, let's do a bit of a film noir on this, shall we? And now, again, there's the deck and the gray on the ship are indistinguishable. They're the same value. Also to the water, but as we bring this back, watch the difference with the deck coat. See, it's already, you start to see that even more. And that's obviously we're going to get a little bit more of a tan than that, but that tiny bit of a difference right there, that's a color change. That's not a value change. The deck and the steel are all the same color. Now let me do maybe, I don't know, maybe this guy here. Again, this is one of our doors from last night. So if we were to do something like, oh, I don't know, this, there is no obvious, oh, this is so much lighter. There's a light source coming there. There's nothing. It's all about the color. And of course, the saturation. So you have a warm orange versus a cooler, more subdued bluish gray. And that's what's going to give you that extra contrast there. Yeah, Valfira. Now, obviously, it's again, sorry that the stream started later again. When I saw the film noir, I thought, oop, I think it's going to be time for Valfura to hit that, to hit the hammock right there. So again, see you later there, Valfira. Thank you so much for being here, of course. Yeah, we'll be coming back with some more of our deck color there, but we have to kind of wait a little bit. I swear, one of the each navy had distinctive features. So with the Japanese, of course, you had the pagoda style mast, the pagoda style, and then of course you also had these crazy combined stacks. I mean, that was more so than anybody else. Now, thanks, Velfira. And of course, the early war U.S. battleships were the tripod masts and the birdcage masts. The British had the basically the apartment complex bridges, and that was especially on Nelson, Rodney, and I think also the KGV class had the same. I think Vanguard class had the same thing. And I believe that was the last class of battleships that the British constructed there was the Vanguard class. So see you on Thursday there, Valfira. See, now that this is starting to set, I can get some more of those lighter grays in there. We'll also do our little bit of, remember we've been doing a little bit of weathering on these, little bit of rust here and there. Some more like streaking and grime, not so much just straight up rust. Again, we don't want these things to be floating rust buckets. And of course, if you want to see any of the stuff that we've been bringing out on the stream here, all of these sessions, they're all saved as highlights. So therefore, the Twitch channel is a bit like a YouTube channel. I can't make playlists, but everything has a thumbnail. So you just kind of look through some of the past broadcasts and you say, okay, there's some object source lighting, there's whatever there. I'll go check that out. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? I hope that everything goes well, and of course, happy Tuesday. Again, great to see you.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. Of course, that is always appreciated. So thank you so much, Prop Governor. I might just bap this ship around, because cats like to play with things, and I think I'm just gonna play with this ship. I'm not riding that thing to Valinor. That's a very different Gandalf. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. We could use a little bit of rum ration right now. We're also going to have a Gandalf 6. Well, we had a Gandalf 6. Is that going to be another one? Okay. That's a more normal roll right there. So thank you so much, Prop Governor. Appreciate that. And the last of the Romulan ale here for Grand Oracle. So thank you so much. So again, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Sorry that this is such a late start. And of course, obviously, I was surprised at how many. There's still other Japanese ships that I have printed out. There's at least one cruiser. I think there's two more cruisers that I have printed out, but I think like the weapons sprue things either didn't get printed or whatever, I don't know. But that's why you're not seeing the French ships. I had to kind of go with what was already prepped, and that was more of our Japanese stuff. Especially these smaller, especially the smaller ships here. Let me move this thing out of harm's way there. Well, that's good. That's good, Doji. I'm glad that you still have maybe a couple of more days of relaxation before it starts getting crazy again. And again, we hope that everybody's going to have themselves a fantastic 2025. Yeah, I need to get a little more variation. Okay, that is a sponge in there, alright. And we can go a whole bunch lighter than this group. We can also go a whole bunch lighter on our ship, which I think I'm actually going to possibly do here. First I'm going to actually get some of my phthalo green. Let me maybe use these couple of brushes here. Let me use this. Now this will have a little bit of thinner in it. Maybe even some of that manganese blue. So Grand Oracle, I think I have right now something like 10. Yeah, I think I have about 10 different colors of the inks. I was going to get one of the titanium whites to see. There's a Mars Black. I don't think they have a phthalo blue. There's also no Van Dyke Brown. But I did manage to get a Mars Black. I managed to get, I think I just got a Burnt Umber. There was that interference blue. There was also some fluorescent colors, obviously. I didn't get the fluorescent chartreuse. I just said, we'll just get the floral green. We'll work from there. All right, let me just get that not tipped over. Yeah, I'm just going to throw a little bit of this into our water effects on our destroyers. So again, Kagome Sphere, if you're still around and you wanted to post links to anything, please go ahead. And Michael Paints Minis, I think you had a chance to post. I think you had a chance to post something there in the chat. Now we're going to use this to do a little more of our blending here. Again, it's called a blending brush for a reason. Smooth that out a little bit more. No problem there, Aaron. No problemo. That's again, that's why I have, let's see, one other ship here where we haven't even started on the water effect yet. Again, you can kind of see that. Where's my third one? There it is. So you can kind of see how it advances there. It's that is the one neat thing about having a bunch of things out on the table at once. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing some lighter stuff on that deck. I mean, there's nothing real complicated about it. We're just gonna take the Mars Yellow Deep, mix it with our Ice Blue, same stuff we've been using on our gray. And we're just gonna start doing some of this. We have been doing this on all of the various deck surfaces. So now we're starting to get some of the lighter stuff back in there that just got taken away a little bit. Grand Orga, there was another thing that kind of surprised me. It's like, well, they have a bunch of this, but they don't have any of this at all. So it was interesting to see what is part of their selection and what is not necessarily part of it. I guess we'll find out, Grand Oracle, just how opaque the titanium white is. I don't know if it will be as opaque as, say, the different inks were. I just figured I would ask you since, well, you've certainly used them a bunch. I actually have to find some kind of a Terra Rosa type of color. I see that they had Puro Red. I think I might have just gone with the Naphthol Red. You can sense a theme, right? I'm trying to mirror our oil colors as much as possible. What are we working into there? Okay, yeah. Let's get some of that going down here. Now we'll try to lighten that up a little more, I think. Yeah, the Mars Yellow Deep and our Ice Blue color. Same liner brush that we used for all of our freehand and such on our dwarves on last night's stream. More of our deck texture there. You can see it's different shades to it, right? It's not just tan. We've got some kind of like almost a grayish look to it in some areas. So yeah, Grand Orga was one of those things where I think you saw it, well, for Smaug, right, where I was hoping to maybe do some object source lighting is to kind of hit it with that first and then spray over it to kind of tint it down, right? So Grand Oracle, I'm really, boy oh boy, I'm hoping, I guess I'm going to try and film that video tomorrow with the Smaug. I don't know how, it may not be the longest video ever, because I'm just going to do the airbrush part of it. I was thinking of doing other stuff plus that. but I think I'll just do the smout because I also have the base to do. I am going to have to change the camera though. I'm pretty sure, sadly, that camera is not going to work since, again, Windows 11 won't let me have the usual camera controls where I can say do things like this or like that. Yeah, I need those, or the killing the autofocus and doing it manually. So I think we have no choice but to kind of do that the hard way. Not looking forward to it. Based again, it's a really nice camera. It's just XSplit seems to hate it, and it just seems to crash XSplit all the time. But who knows? Different computer might act completely differently. Now I'm also going to get me some more fast matte white for like the third time this stream here. Actually, Grand Oracle, I have to see if the Griffin paints have a Prussian blue. I'm pretty sure they do. I just didn't have a chance because pretty much all of my Prussian blue is gone except for the Williamsburg Prussian blue. Yeah, I gotta look and see. Does Griffin have that? I know that I've got the ultramarine version or ultramarine blue in Griffin. Now again, all of these little waves here, those are actually sculpted. That's why I'm glad I kept this one. So see, they're actually, those waves are sculpted there. That's another reason why there wasn't time to get the French ships ready, because it's not just, well, assemble the little ship and stick it on a base. And I also have to sculpt this stuff on there, and it needs to cure. And that takes a little bit of time, especially the thicker some of the areas are. So again, adding more of this way up right against the hull here. Something like that. So the Griffin has an ultramarine blue. I guess the question is, does it have a phthalo blue or a Prussian, especially Prussian blue? Hopefully they do. It's been a while since I last looked at the Griffin stuff. Now, these guys might have that. But this essentially, again, in terms of pricing, this is like the Williamsburg version of Alkids right there. So it has both. Thanks, appreciate that, Grand Oracle. So yeah, I'll try to, after the stream, try to snag those things of the golden high flow. I could swear we have the fluorescent bottles of those. I think we have the fluorescent bottles of those already. Could be wrong. I'm going to take one quick look around the house just to make sure, because I think the bottles are this size, right? Was this like the 21 mil or something like that? Because the other bottles are the 60s. The kind of the next size up is 60 mil. Again, trying to get the layer stuff on the top, so the crest of those waves there. And some of these go all the way to the edge. Not all of them. You can see some of them do, and others do not. So yeah, it's probably that size container, because we have 3 golden acrylics container. No, 4 of them. They're the fluorescents. And I remember I liked those way better than, like, say, the Vallejo fluorescents that I first started to use. Okay, we're just going to get some of this later stuff now in the stern churn, as we like to call it. So yeah, that makes a little more sense. Being 30 mil, that sounds about right. What are these? Are these 27s or are they? Okay, so basically about this size right here. Except in the plastic squeeze jars. Now we can start to do, I think, some much lighter stuff on our grays here. Let's start to do that. We'll kind of do the gun barrels, top of the turrets. Well, looking forward to seeing that in action, Grand Oracle. I think it's going to take somewhere around 4 days to a week or so to show up, even if I got him today. You know what? I'm going to start getting these. Again, this area here where you had your aircraft, your catapults. Now we're starting to feel some of the lighter stuff on our turrets there. Let's get the little bit there on the barbets. See, I was a little bit bummed that I wasn't able to get the French ships ready to go. I was very much looking forward to painting those. Let me do, yeah, some of this right here. I'm not, I might actually, who knows, maybe I try to do a video of one of those. Ah, yeah, you know, some of the superstructure here. Let's get some light into that as well. I was kind of getting used to having to do paint the dazzle camo schemes between the Italian Navy and the U.S. Navy. It's been kind of weird to be doing so much of the IJN and there's no dazzle camo to be found anywhere. We can still, believe it or not, even go a little bit lighter than this. After we do this, I'm going to start doing some stuff out here. Then after that, we'll try to maybe do some of our rust stuff. Either that, I'm just taking a look-see here. See, I'm still waiting on some of that to set because I need to do the deck color in there just like we did on our Mogami class cruiser there. That also needs to be a little lighter. It's also mixing, as you can see. Yeah, that's the benefit of our oil paints, right? I don't have to mix a whole bunch of colors on the palette because they'll just mix right over here on the surface. So much the better. Especially over here by these mooring cleats and the anchors. This is where we'll get some of our rust and such. Mostly because you got heavy anchor chains scraping against the hull there. That's going to chip away that paint for sure. hope that a lot of folks have been able to avoid catching anything crazy during this holiday season. It seems like a whole lot of folks are catching stuff. They're doing their family gatherings. The next thing you know, the family has spread around some kind of exotic whatever. Yeah, we're going to lighten up the end of these barrels here. We'll do, again, our ship here. Or the bow right there. Now I see there's a couple little, yeah, a little bit of support nubs in there. Essentially, every ship is going to have on the starboard side support nubs. Can't get rid of all of them. Now here, there are these tiny little machine gun nests. We have to kind of get those away from the tan. Obviously, where we're doing our deck cores there. More of that here. Can't really do the lighter stuff on the barrels yet. The darker glaze that's down in there is still too fresh. Here, I think I can get away with it. On the other side, it's still just a little too fresh. Yeah, none of the oils are dry on any of these ships, but you can tell that it's set more on some than on others. Anchor, some of the bow here. And again, these definitely got to be some kind of torpedo launch systems right there. I mean, they're located just aft of the midships. I mean, it's either that or it's some kind of thing where they try to get some airflow on the hangar deck here. I mean, I guess that's possible. Because again, that's where your aircraft catapult there. Start to lighten up some of our bridge superstructure, because that's what we do. Here's some of the, again, some of the, your targeting devices for the front turrets there. Okay, fine. A little bit of light on the front of the bow and that anchor. We also have to start thinking about all those different portals there. Better let the paint set first, though. It's another reason why we are also working on multiple ships, right? So we can maybe set this one aside, start working on those other guys. Generally, when you try to paint something on there and it just won't stay on there, no matter how thick or thin the paint is, that's where you say, you know what, I should be working on something else. I always got multiple things to work on. And even if it's not painting, well, that's where maybe you do some prepping of the miniatures. Maybe that's where you base some miniatures. How light did we go? Yeah, see, I don't need to go too much lighter. You can see that our Mogami is starting to get pretty close to Musashi there. Again, that's the early war version of Musashi. Well, now I don't want do the anything too much later on the deck just yet. Let's do some of that. These anti-aircraft little sponsons over here. That's going to be a good place to hang a little bit of our weathering from for sure. Extra little bit of light on those mooring cleats. So unlike, well, no, there's a few sets of them here. If it is interesting, that is one of the extra little small details that are included on every ship. There's other details that are not quite so frequently included, but yeah, the mooring cleats always are there. These are steers right here. Those are not, yeah, those are not artifacts of, say, some kind of supports. Now, and by the way, 1 hour 36 minutes ago, I mean, again, we got 4 ships going on here. And all 4 of these, they had no paint on them whatsoever. No paint at all. As the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. You'll most definitely miss something. Nope, what I'm going to do is deposit some of that elsewhere. And now we'll do some of that. Also over here. Yeah, I think we can safely do some of the portals here on the stern. I won't be doing quite so much of the streaking. There's really not a lot to generate from. Like here there is, and here. So there's some areas you can see straight away. That's where you would see some kind of streaking or rust or something along those lines. The portals on the starboard side are always going to get beat up a little bit because this is one side or the other is going to have supports on it. Light as you might make the supports, they're still gonna, at this kind of scale, leave a little bit of an imprint because this is very geometric, right? It's not an organic shape like hair or something where you could kind of fudge it a little bit. Here it's more of a mechanical shape. Is that okay? Yeah, that is about more of a platform there. Let me get a little bit something here on the mast. Got these connecting bars here. Those should have a little something lighter on them. Now let's get the more of our bridge and conning towers here. Range finders. Oh, yeah, we gotta lighten up these range. We did it on the other. We had to do these port range finders the way we did the starboard ones. It's always a dead giveaway is the little ears on them. That stereoscopic. It would when you would line up the two things. That's when you knew you had kind of gotten the targeting right. It was like an eerie kind of 3D view. Now, so I was looking forward to doing things, especially like Richelieu, because we haven't done any quad turret ships yet. Because the only other ones, of course, that was your King George V class, and those are British ships, and we haven't had a chance to do any British ships yet. And we get a little bit more of my lighter gray on there. Some more here. You know what? Sure, let me get a bit of gray there. It's always weird to see a triple turret thing there, but it's not Nelson or Rodney. Those are going to be some crazy ships to do when I eventually do get that British Navy. I don't remember if those are in a fleet pack or not. I think so. And yeah, fine. We'll lighten that up all the way to here. I am not going to do any of the rust type things or streaking or weathering until after we hit these. And these are, yeah, those are much more set now. What about this guy here? Yep, finally. So I'll be able to actually paint in the deck like we did on Mogami here. Now I'll just come back with, yeah, well, I gotta come back with the rust stuff anyway, which will be darker because that's mostly asphaltum anyhow. So let me see. Yeah, that should be later too. This little sponson here, make that later. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with making the deck later at all until after we do some of the rust stuff. So we'll set you aside. Here you can kind of see the difference there. Well, let's do this. Again, we don't often get a chance to see something like this. So here is our, let me line them up this way. So that's what we've got. You know, let me zoom out. It'll be easier to do that if I zoom out a bit. So that's what we have now with some of our lights added. This one, haven't done that light yet. Here we didn't even do our darker glaze. And this one here is where we started. So you can see 1 hour 44 minutes ago, all of our ships look just like that. So we'll move you over there. Let's start to do this. And there's some areas here that also have to get some of the deck color here. Nope, nope, no, this. That's going here. Let's get this other destroyer. Is this our, yep, this is our Kagero class. Actually, let me do a quick little double check to see, do we have... Alright, yeah. Ooh, so it is only fore and aft. It's not midships, though. So I'm just trying to draw in a little bit of our... So it stops there. And then over here on the forecastle, and that's it. That is it for the deck coloration on this. And none here amidships. And none fore of the turret. Deck color achieved. And none on the... Nope, none on the upper decks here. So, okay, that's all gonna go back to more of a our steel color here. We're also going to cut away some of the color from our waves there. We still have to come back in and get the latest color on our waves also. That's a little more thinner than what I wanted there. Let me come back here and get some of that out of there. And let's see, some of the, I'm trying to get our markings on there. We need a lighter deck color here in addition to the lighter stuff on the turrets. We got our, looks like our torpedo launch system there. Typical midships location. Making that a little lighter. And you can see the torpedoes on that mount there. Lighten this up here, and again we're giving this a chance to set for a little bit. We will come back with again some rust colors on that. Well, on these two, mostly asphaltum. Then we'll get a little bit into the a little bit of our Mars red too. No, not on top of the stack. We want that to be darker. We got. For a second, I thought those were searchlights, but those are probably just 20mm machine guns there. Yeah, let's just make sure that's light enough. I'm actually going to stop doing that, and I'm going to do more light stuff here on our water. We've got the fast matte white sitting here anyway. Part of it is I want one more oh, what would you say? And I might also take a picture here too. Kind of like when we paint our landscapes, and I would paint those work in progress things. I've never actually had a picture of several different stages of these all kind of in one view. So I'm just going to do a little bit on the water here, and I might just yeah, grab the phone there, and then try to yeah, try to get a picture of what these guys look like in this state. Because I'm trying to think if I have any sort of side-by-side comparison photos. I don't think so. So this does have, again, we're breaking it down with a bunch more thinner. Remember, a lot of time. Oh, we can zoom back in here. Never did zoom back in. No wonder that looks so tiny. Got little bits of these smaller waves right up against the hull. Our stern churn, we're gonna definitely lighten that up here. Fill that in a little. I will keep going out here. So yeah, not even 2 hours in. Of course, we've painted a bunch of these, so there are some shortcuts definitely that have been learned. What was it? Our first two ships, Arizona and Enterprise. And Dunkirk, or sorry, well, even Dunkirk compared to the Arizona, but Richelieu compared to Arizona, just like we did, we put Arizona and Roma side by side. When you see that, it's bizarre that they are two ships of the same era, and one really does well. One was a World War One ship that was modernized in the 30s. It's just funny. Now again, there is a big, there's a change when you see the modernized versions of ships like, say, Nevada, Tennessee. No, not Tennessee. Tennessee had the cage match, cage style masts. I think Nevada was another one. Yeah, that had a modernization. Again, he also I saw that he has some. I think there may be Cold War era ships. I believe he has something like a Long Beach missile cruiser, and I think CV-65, right? Enterprise. Come on. We did the World War II version of Enterprise. We did a whole passel of U.S. carrier. There's Enterprise right there, which they ended up getting rid of the on USS Essex, I believe, because well, the pilots would get mixed up between Essex and Enterprise because the 9 and the 6 basically looked the same. At least from a plane looking down on the flight deck. Okay, here, let me line these guys up here. So we're gonna. No, I want to do a little bit more of the lighter stuff on the deck here first before we take that little work in progress here. Let's do that first. So let's get things like our masts here. And it's funny because you can see even on this destroyer here, right? If that were a larger ship, say a battleship, they would add all kinds of stuff, platforms and whatever, to that tripod mast. And surprisingly, well, of course, they also altered the hulls of them too, but that did not make them less stable in rough seas. Avaster, Plankwalker, how you doing? Happy Armada Monday, even though it's Armada Tuesday now. It's just weird to think that this was the second stream of our Monday. Again, I'm going to lighten up that a bit here. So great to see you there, Plankwalker. Yeah, let's see now. Let's see, it's 12:46 here, so I wasn't sure if you got what 15 minutes, or if you've got an hour and 15 minutes before it's Armada Tuesday. Yeah, Plankwalker. On New Year's, we had all these future travelers, right? We had all these future travelers telling us what 2025 was like. Get that anchor going. So again, once I've got these lights played out here, then I just want to break out the phone there. Just take a picture of these in these essentially like 4 different stages. This might be the most ships. I think it is. Yeah, I think this is the most ships we've ever painted at once. I know we've done 2 a couple of times. Might have done 3, but I don't think we've ever attempted 4 ships in one stream. Hey there, AD. Great to see ya. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So, AD, glad that well, the kitty just keeps getting bigger and bigger, right? And of course, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. And if you want to share anything in the chat there, AD, sorry I didn't get a chance to send you a message the last few days. Actually, AD, I've got, you're using the Golden High Flow acrylics, right? I think that's what you're using. Well, I've got an order of those set up in Dick Blick because we want to try using those through the airbrush. So yeah, I was kind of trying to look through those the last few days to just try and set up like a little bit of intro set of those so that we can experiment with them on the airbrush. So she keeps growing up to 8.5 pounds now. And of course, AD, if you want to share any links in the chat, stuff that you've been doing. I think you did get to stream the other day. I know all has been craziness and lots of back and forth with whatever bugses are going around, passing those back and forth. So yeah, AD, the that swallowtail airbrush from Galeri. I want to try that on Smaug. Well, among other things, but we'll try it first on Smaug. And we shall see how that works. Nobody more curious than me. So AD Creations will be streaming live tomorrow. So everybody please give AD Creations a follow. That way you won't miss anything. And again, AD, you won't post any links in the chat or whatever. That is fantastic. Again, this is the Yep, that is the Kagero class here. destroyer. I'm pretty sure we painted 2 U.S. crew. I think we painted the Portland and Cleveland class cruisers. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that AD Creations just posted. And of course, please give AD Creations a follow as well. We need to catch a bit of light there on that deck. Throw some of that down here. So AD, the freehand stuff on that Loot Studios figure, that's definitely been very fun. Definitely something I have not filmed before. I think I did do a relatively elaborate freehand pattern from a couple of times, but not quite like that. At least not over multiple episodes. Sure, let me work in a little bit of the lighter stuff there. Okay, here. Now I think we've got ourselves. Yeah. So I wanted enough difference between these three and this. Right, so bear with me for a second here. I'm just going to try and grab the phone here and see if I can get some pictures snapped of these. Where's my phone here? Come on. There we go. All right. Well, let me include maybe this in. Come on, there we go. Nope. I'm going to move my visor here so that the phone can be lifted up a little more. Okay, there we go. So you can kind of see here if I zoom out. Bit there. So again, that's what we started with. And this here, that's just about ready for some of our rust and such. In fact, I might go back to that now. So yeah, we've got, it's kind of fun having these different stages here. So AD, that was pretty wild. Again, these are folks that I've known ever since high school, and it was hilarious because obviously it was the largest collection of Boy Scouts ever, and we all emphasized the fact that boy, it was a whole lot safer throwing those axes around than it ever was using the axes when we were camping and everything else. Because, well, the act of chopping wood brings the axe closer to you with great force. What surprised me, AD, was just how light the axes were. I mean, they were incredibly light. I swear it was like throwing darts. So that was pretty fun to be able to do that. That basically they said, well, here's your Christmas present. Now, granted, these might have been, what would you say, purpose-made axes for such things, so they are going to be lighter and more balanced. Whereas, you go to Home Depot or something like that and grab an axe, that might not be quite as ideal for chucking around at targets. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. So here again, we were saying that with these sponsons, it's a good place here to have yourself a little bit of corrosion, or at least some streaking there. AD, believe it or not, it's funny you should mention that. I added a few other little things to the exercise regimen. I mean, some of the things that I do kind of are pretty good training for something like that, anyways. But I actually added some push ups because, like the rowing machine and some of the other, that Pilates bar that I have, they're good for other motions, but I don't really think they strengthen too much as far as the throwing motion, because none of those really push things forward. It's more like, let's see, it's abducting as opposed to adducting. And I believe that the throwing motion is more of an adducting motion as opposed to, say, the rowing motion. So you were right. I technically did add a few little training things for that. Now, initially, everybody was rapidly taking turns throwing the axes. Huge surprise. When it got to be the end there, the only people that were throwing the axes were the two younger guys who were in their, well, still in his teens, the other one in his 20s, and me. The other folks that were all my age, they had all long since stopped throwing the axes. So yeah, that's. I guess who knows? I guess the extra training regimen, maybe that helped. I don't know. Well, the other guys, they don't exactly have any exercise program. So I'm not sure that's a fair comparison. Let's just say that a few of the participants would almost be a little bit like taking two of me and putting those side by side on one person. They are definitely larger individuals. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Yeah, we just, and I have special confirmation from Michael that I did indeed remember to send the link to everybody on the Patreon page. And again, that was the Loot Studios figure with all the free hands and such. Where is she? Here she is. So again, that's stage 1 right there. Stage 2 will be like what we did here on his cloak. You can see the lighter golds on the cloth there. Oh, and AD, we call this freehand four triangles in a square. That's that's the specific design. We've named it there. Now, of course, Grand Oracle suggests if they get tired out that quickly, you can argue that they should be chopped from the team. Now, of course, that bit of cutting humor is not a surprise here at Club Wappleville because it is open mic night every night. Now, of course, some people who were in the stream earlier, like Valfera, they're already sawing a log right now because they went off to sleep. Never gets old, does it, Grand Oracle? So Grand Oracle says that, well, every stream should have a bit of sharp, biting humor, right? Yeah, AD, I got to send a message to him. I think that's probably the most fun I've had doing anything like that in, at least 5 years. Because there's not really not a very intensive entertainment schedule here. I know that's a shock to many. Yes, there's not a lot of entertainment scheduled here. AD, you can never have too much fromage. There is no such thing as too much fromage. All the sharp cheddar. Give me all the sharp cheddars. More fromage, more better. Actually, I haven't seen Blades. I know that Blades was streaming earlier. But again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So glad that Kitty is doing well. Yeah, I gotta catch a little bit on these range finders here. So now we have yet another stage. And you can, so here, let me get rid of that. Yeah, you can kind of see it on the hole there. We'll try and get some of that onto this hole as well. Actually, Gouda is very Gouda, AD. For the longest time, and I didn't get a chance to check today at the store. I was in too much of a hurry, but they must have overbought a whole bunch of things of Gouda because that's been sitting there at 2 for $5 or 1 for $1.99, and that's kind of like the nice wrapped up Gouda cheese there in a nice little cheese wheel kind of thing. I've been spoiled. I've been getting that forever, and actually having that with a little bit of the roasted red pepper hummus. Sometimes Grand Orca, when you have as much humor as we do on the stream, sometimes the humor does get a little bit cheesy. Just a bit. Now, instead of using the ice blue here, I'm going to try make this a little bit more of a pure, lightened Mars Yellow Deep for, again, some of these deck planks here. Again, not many of them, just a few. Only a little bit here and there. So again, back by the aircraft launch deck here, by the catapults. Hey there, Recoil. How are you doing? Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Recoil, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat there, I know you got the instas to do that. I guess the question is, are you and Rottweiler still doing BG3? Or are you doing that solo? Or are you starting to maybe migrate back to Valheim there? Well, let's see. AD, if you got those monsters sitting under the bed for too long in an unrefrigerated environment, will you at least be able to smell them? They won't be hiding for that long, will they? If you've got monsters hiding under the bed and there's no refrigeration. Could get a little bit, well, it's going to be more, what is that stuff? What's some of your stinky cheeses? Oh, what's the one? The Stilton cheese. That's it. There you go. Never had that particular cheese. This is a cuisine channel, after all, for those that are wondering why fromage suddenly became such a target of the conversation. That's good there, Recoil. Now, Recoil, I don't think, geez, I don't think I've missed any streams, right? And again, of course, hopefully Squeak and Mom also doing very well there. And again, everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow. So Rico, actually, well, I'll have to tell you about a conversation. Another reason why I was later to start the stream is that I was trying to get a little bit of info from a sister from someone who had the same kind of procedure that she is, I'm pretty sure, definitely going to have. So just was compiling some information there. That again, it's one thing for them to tell you about it. It's another thing to know somebody that actually did it, and they say, well, here's the stuff they don't tell you about. As far as, well, if you do this afterwards, it'll just make things a little bit easier, or just maybe things to be on the lookout for. That was definitely helpful. It did make the starting time here a wee bit later than originally planned. Also, too, recoil. Well, I think you heard, and actually, AD, you probably heard too, that once again, I could not find something that should have been really easy to find. And in frustration, I just said, okay, I'm just going to buy another one that is like it, hopefully, which that one will get lost. But again, the logic is if I have enough of them sitting around the house looking for one, I will find just one of them. Even if there's 10 of them, I'll eventually find at least one, maybe two. So yeah, this plastic card right here, it's pretty thick, and I was using a tin snips to cut it. I have 3 tin snips. 2 of them would not work because they're designed to bend the metal this way, and the other one is designed to bend the metal that way. This third one, that of course is missing, is the straight cutter, and that's of course the one that I can't find. It's actually a little bit too heavy for this. I mean, it does a good job cutting through the plastic, but it's such a gigantic, again, because it's meant for cutting steel. It's so huge, it's a little bit hard to see my lines when I'm trying to cut these things. I'm hoping that this one is a little bit smaller, so I'll be able to actually see the lines that I'm cutting. And hopefully the other thing too is I would like to save some time, because all of these here leaves a really rough edge. Now again, I'm going to have to put some of my black on here too, but I end up spending a whole lot of time having to file down the edges on all these things. And especially when you're doing a bunch of these little ships, obviously the smaller the ship, the more things you're cutting. So I'm just hoping to save myself some sanding and filing time. Don't know if it's going to work out that way. So that was another delay, was looking through Amazon for about 15-20 minutes trying to find one, and then of course it's supposed to arrive tomorrow. That was the other thing. It's like if it's going to arrive in February, that's not as helpful. Who'd have thought? That's great recoil. Ooh, let's get some of the portals over here towards the bow. Again, these on the starboard side are always going to be a little more chewed up. Come on, there we go. So again, what we're painting here is a Mogami class cruiser. There we go. Oh, geez, Rico, did you have a chance to use your compressor again? I still have to look through. Oh, geez, I still got to send Galeria a message saying, hey, well, that's okay, because I got to make that video tomorrow. So I'll send him pictures of 2 videos then. Yeah, we'll do that. So yeah, AD, I'm looking forward to getting those the high flow golden acrylics, and then seeing how they compare to putting the inks here through the airbrush. I've asked their surface tension. Look, we have Welsh gray ships. They're virtually invisible in the rain. So how you doing there, surface tension? Of course, please go ahead and share your painting links in the chat. Everybody, please check out the links that surface tension will post, because again, some tremendous oil painted miniatures. More here. Now again, look, we've got this really interesting progression here. These here we go. There's our 4. So you can see here, this basically just has a little bit of the dry brushed lighter color there. Then here, you can see we started to work in a little bit more with our water effects, and also then too a little bit more of the light on the cruiser. And then on Mogami here, we actually have some of the rust and such. Recoil, what's interesting for an airbrush that you're, I guess, not supposed to use for long, like a long duration or something. And I've used basically 2 different compressors. I don't think they were the same compressor. I think the one I used at Gen Con was not the same one that I ended up getting myself. I don't know. I'm thinking that those can do a little bit more work than we thought. Everybody, please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. There's some fabulous oil painted miniatures right there, so you can see what is possible. Let me do this here. Now the other thing I might, we'll see if we're gonna do this too. If I can get it's more these, the Tomb King snakes. If I can get some of those primed for the Friday and Saturday streams. Now, well, surface tension, I'm glad that project that's been kind of a fun project for you. Your Astalians there. Oh, that's right. I got to start printing out those high elves. Actually, I need to also download some of the other, Highland Miniatures high elves from previous months. Now that I know there have been a few other months worth of releases. Oh, let's get the canvas water guards on these turrets here too. And maybe try to build a little bit of our lighter gray down in there. Yeah, let me do that here. Let's see if we can take this. Yeah. On our main bridge here, even these little windows. Oh yeah, these guys too. That part of the deck there. Hey there, Sectrix, how you doing? So Sectrix, appreciate you being here. Hopefully all is well. Sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you a message today. It was, again, well, there's a lot of stuff going on today. Effectively some research being conducted. Yeah, that's right, Sector X. I was going to ask how that was going, but I don't know if there's any other way to describe that. I'm not sure it ever goes unless you're doing like some of the easiest possible things to magnetize. Even these, right? All I literally have to do is put, those refrigerator sheet magnets over this. It can still sometimes be difficult. And of course, it will be difficult again because I seem to have lost the silver markers that I had gotten that are perfect for marking the actual sheet magnet there. Oh, and of course, I'm also gonna have to find, because one of my, when I was showing off the one piece there, one of my chariots decided to take a nosedive there, and as you can see, we've got kind of a more modular type of thing going on here. So I'm gonna have to try and somehow find the pieces that are scattered all over the room here. Yes, OG Sectrix, I can only imagine. Oof, that is going to be... Well, and of course they're camouflaged very well, right? Because they're the Tau things. So thanks, Spigot. Appreciate that. So we've got... we have a Mogami class cruiser here. We've got... Is this the Kagero class destroyer? And is this the Yeah, that is the Fubuki class destroyer there. And this is the Kego... oh no, that's the... oh, the Shiratsuyu. That's it. Shiratsuyu there. Okay. Yeah, that's the Kagero class. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Where's... Let's see. Where's the base? Whoa, 1 second here. Yeah, that's all that's left on the base now. So again, I have no idea what the chariot is. We'll have to find that somehow. So Leaky Spigot, you can play a game called Victory at Sea. It's by Warlord. It does use 1/1800 scale ships, and the best part about it is that the base does not matter because everything is measured from the bridge. Absolutely everything is measured from there. Since it's not like Age of Sail, or especially early Age of Sail, where you're trying to do things like boarding actions. So yeah, the bases don't mean anything, which means that these would basically work just fine for that. Now, of course, the thing you'd have to do, you would need all the cards that go with it. You would also need to do some aircraft stands, because, well, if you're doing any kind of carrier operations or whatever, you're going to need the planes too. Or if you're doing, land-based planes attacking fleets, you'll have to have those represented too. Which means you're going to have to, again, invest in some kind of plane STL files and then work with those. Now, let me... Sure, fine, we'll just do this. That is some of our Payne's Gray there. That's the Gamlin Payne... no, that's the Gamlin Payne's Gray, which is much more like indigo. So yeah, sadly, that chariot's pretty much gone. I don't know if I'll be able to... certainly won't be able to find all the pieces. I think they will be scattered in... Well, let's put it this way. One of them was on the table here. Another one was on the floor. Oh, here's the brush I'm looking for. Yeah, the Williamsburg definitely is more of a bluish. I mean, it was such a surprise, right, Grant Oracle? To see just how blue the Williamsburg Payne's Gray was. Good to go there. So great to see you there again, Leaky Spigot. Appreciate you being here, of course. 2 hours, 29 minutes ago, all 4 of our ships had no paint on them whatsoever. Boy, oh boy, with these black canvas water guards here, it's almost feeling like an American cruiser. After painting all those other IJN ships where these are basically white. So surface tension says also too that the Michael Harding paint's great, not too shabby either. Again, really, it is. I guess it's well. Let's see. Was it? I think the Windsor Newton Van Dyke Brown. That's another one that's not exactly fabulous. Alrighty then. Let's do. I think we got some of our lightest light on the set. Now we're gonna take our rust color here once again, and here's some more of that asphaltum. Now that's fantastic, Spigot. That is fantastic. Again, whenever the Trench Crusade, when the files become, what would you say, non-Kickstarter, whereas the public can just go into My Mini Factory and get them. If someone can just alert me, then I'll try and snag those. We'll try to paint those up. We'll try to do some streams with them. We'll try to do some tutorials on them, maybe. Let's do this. I don't know if do I have any Michael Harding. This is oh, it's Michael Graham. There's too many Michaels. I always keep getting the Michael Harding mixed up with the Michael Graham. Now, thanks, Leaky Spigot. Appreciate that. Yeah, that is one thing that obviously I will not be aware, at least not in a timely manner. Grand Oracle, I was looking at that. Obviously, you can't really tell necessarily much from the swatches, but it did look very intense and dark in the swatches, Grand Oracle. Now, actually, Grand Oracle, I should get that because I don't believe there's an indigo in the high flow. Yeah, we'll get that, and that'll be our indigo. I just got to remember that because, again, I'm still getting used to that new way that everything is laid out on the pages. Surface tension says that, well, you know what, surface tension, it sounds a little bit like this. Now, I don't know if the Richesons are also done with the handmade method, say the way Williamsburg are, but more affordable. But that it kind of sounds like that same story there of the Richeson. There's definitely some interesting colors, Grand Oracle, that surprised me. There's ones I'm like, how in the world did that get to be in this line? And there's other ones that aren't. So it's interesting to see what is in there and what is not. And again, now we got some of our rust here on our wee little destroyer. Now, I'm glad that you were able to get those. Surface tension. Here, let me do this a little more. Yeah, let me do a little bit more on the hole here. Let me try some of this. Hopefully that's not going to be too light. Grand Oracle, it would be interesting if we had the, what would you say, the airbrush version of Radiant colors. Yeah, maybe not so much for terrain, But, well, for things like Smaug and such, okay, now we've got that lighter. I'm going to do this. So let me just get some fast matte white broken down here. Break that down. Let me see. I got another reference here of Kagero. Let me look at this. Oh, that's a Shiratsu. Let me back up again. Nope. More. Okay, let me try this again. There we go. Okay, now we're to Kagero. That is right about here. Come on. Like so. Then that. And then I'm going to take my blending brush and get rid of that. I'm going to move that back a little further here. Actually, surface tension, how did your version of Snowmageddon go? Actually, hey, AD, how much, geez, that's what I wanted to ask you, is how much snow and ice did you get out there? Again, I'm just imagining there's not usually a whole bunch of snow there, and some of the areas out east, especially on the more southern out east, we're getting kind of nuked with snow there. So yeah, I knew there was something I wanted to ask you. Just well, again, the brain is not working very well. Just couldn't quite conjure that up in my brain until just now. I don't know. I think just for the novelty part of it alone, people would have just preferred the snow. You might have seen rain once or twice. I'm going to have to thin this down a bit here. Thinning that down. So just putting these, it's ironic that, no other ships until the destroyers, past our aircraft carriers have any markings on them whatsoever. So Cumbria and North Wales, they got themselves a passel of snow, it looks like. Let's get some of again, these platforms, a little bit more light on them too. Let's do you. Maybe we'll lighten that's probably a depth charge launch system right there. So you can see there's a little bit of a difference between our destroyers there. Alright, we'll see you later there, AD. Again, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And of course, AD, again, if you want to post anything one more time before you head off to sleep, and again, I'll try and shoot you some messages tomorrow, try to get you caught up on stuffs. Oh, well, that's fantastic. Oh, thanks, Recoil, and yeah, oh, Recoil, definitely also too. That'll be something for sure to post in the chat there too once you get that going, so that people can see those for sure. Yeah, Recoil, when you showed me those, I kept thinking of all the Geek Gaming Scenic stuff with that wide variety of different flocks and gravels and ground covers and such. And I'll be curious too about the glue there because what was it there's that fast drying glue from Geek Gaming Scenics, and then there's the Tuft glue from Green Stuff World. That Tuft glue from Green Stuff, I have to say it's pretty good. It was better than I was expecting. I think it's safe to at least say that much. I'm just trying to equalize some of that before we can get back into some of our lighter stuff here. So everybody check out the Instalink. Yeah, the Instalink there that AD Creation just shared. And again, please give AD Creations a follow if you could. So again, AD, definitely take care. All the good stuff there. Let me throw some light there. We'll lighten you up a little bit too here. It's funny, actually. I don't think they sent that. I don't think they sent. I think I just have the fast drying glue. I mean, let's see. I know that a bunch of they advocate using stuff like the fixer. I just never really have ever used that. There. And let's see. I could swear. Yeah. What's his name? Uh. Geez, I don't even know. Well, that's right. He stopped doing videos. No, it's been so long since I've seen one of his videos. I can't remember his name. Oh, gee whiz, now I can't remember his name. But the guy that did all the YouTube tutorials there. The guy that actually created Geek Gaming Scenics. Boy, oh boy, it's been that long. So we're starting to again get some of our latest stuff in there, like we did with this destroyer. Yeah, Sector X. Luke, that's it. Luke's APS. Thanks, Surface Tension. Luke's APS. I know he was doing a lot of printing and stuff. He was printing. He was like using I think maybe one-page rules files or something like that, and printing them. Basically, it was at War Master scale or something. Yeah, because for the longest time I always referred to everything as Luke's APS, and then well, of course, to get it in the U.S., that would be under the Geek Gaming Scenics moniker. I guess maybe he just wanted to focus in on the business of distributing all of the basing products as opposed to trying to do the videos too. Because I would imagine he still has that business. Again, I apologize for not really knowing. I don't get a chance to see too many YouTube vids, so here, let's do that. when you're the one who has to make them all the time. You basically only ever see your own. Oh, and by the way, we are using the Battlecraft Supplies holders once again on our ships here. Essentially what I did was I removed this part of the holder here, and I'm just using the straight bar and just a little bit of the our not blue tack. Lighten up some of the barrels here. And then again, we've got to go into this with some of the same rust color stuff that we just did on this one. Hey there, Inkanes. Happy Tuesday. At least I do believe it's Tuesday. It's hard to tell because this is already the second time I've streamed on Monday, so confusion abounds. Huge surprise, I know. More of our light there. Oh, here we go. Some of this. Oh yeah, let's definitely get some of that light up here, and then I think we get our rust colors into that. It's gonna make a nice little difference here. Now I'm glad that you could join us again for a few minutes, Doji. Of course, Doji, I don't know if you had a chance to post your oil painting links in the when you were here earlier. Well, you want to post those, that'd be sensational, and then people can also see what is possible with the oil paints. Thank you so much, Recoil. Avast there. Safe voyage. And I'll shoot you a message after the stream. And I'm sure you got all kinds of tasty vittles going on over there for Mum and Squeak. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So we got our torpedo launchers here amidships. I'm just trying to get a few more lights into those. I'm gonna backtrack a little. Ooh, that's gonna be too dark. Nope, a little lighter than that. Maybe this. Nope, a little lighter than that too. Let me get a bit more of my ice blue in it. I think now we've got it. Now it was a little too dark before. Doesn't just kind of equalize everything, but I needed to lighten up the side of that hole just a bit. So see you later to Recoil. I'm gonna lighten that up some more. Now, you know what? Let me roll with some of our. Well, again, not necessarily rust as in classic rust, but just some kind of weathering here. Kind of go again in some of the obvious areas. Then we'll come back again and we'll sort of moderate some of that. And maybe around some of the torpedo tube housings. There's not a whole lot of spots since there's also no mooring cleats. to speak of here that I can see hanging off of our ship. Get some of that rust stuff around the anchor chain, of course. I do have a teensy little blending brush that I can use on some of that. Oh, so I think, yep, there's another little streak over here. We're just going to tone that down. Now let's try to get some lighter stuff going on in the water here. Let's do that. Got our fast matte white here. We're going to start... Okay, well that chunk just fell into my thinner, so we'll grab another chunk of that. Break that down, and that is going to go get right up against the hole here too. Here, let's make sure that's broken down, not too thin. Otherwise, that will turn into a pin line wash, and well, we're not looking for that. Not with this lighter stuff. It was something that I was looking for with the that rust that I just put on there. All right. Let's do this here. Yeah, let's do the bow again. Make that a little sharper. And again, some of these go all the way to the end, others do not. I do think, yeah, we can lighten up this churn a bit more, can't we? Oh, yeah. I thought we'd maybe already done that on this one, but nope, we definitely have not. So see you later, there's surface tension. Have a rum ration there today. Oh yeah, surface tension. There was one or two puns that were issued. We're talking about the axe throwing and stuff. That the reason why I had to do the substitute Saturday stream. And as Grand Oracle said, there was a lot of sharp humor being thrown around. And of course, Leaky Spigot, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Don't know if I was able to say that earlier. And we also, let's see, is this the, that's the Fubuki. I'll have to see if Fubuki also has, I think that just had the numerals on the bow. I don't think it had the other script further back amidships, but we'll check it out. We'll look and see. Get this the tripod mast a little bit more refined there. Let's see here. Put a little more of this light in the water. Maybe a little bit more of that light up here. One thing yeah, let me do that here. Okay, I do have some water sitting around here. So what I will do, I'm going to take my blackest black, well, not blackest black. It's close to it. But I need to do the edges around the plastic bases here. So this is, I guess I'm going to need some more of that because that's almost out. I've nearly used up all of it. There is not very much left. Now we're getting down to the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. There is not much left. I'm gonna move you over here. Just to break this down, it's not quite as riveting as when we mix our own oil paints there. I'm just, again, trying to do some of this here, thin that down a little. I think we're good to go now. Because I need to get rid of all of that, the teal color and such that's worked its way down onto the side of the base. So again, the game system that you could, in theory, use these for, it's from Warlord, and that would be a Victory at Sea. That's not Cruel Seas. It's a whole different thing, whole very different scale, and it's not a fleet combat thing. It's really more just smaller boats like PT boats and other E-boats, that kind of thing. Now, I wonder if he'll. Oh, I wonder if Coco's Models has actually done some of the monitors. I don't think that he did. Those are talking about some crazy looking ships. Essentially, shallow draft, flat bottom boats with massive, in some cases, 18-inch guns on them. Now we'll do our Mogami class cruiser here. Okay, I just need to get rid of some of this. That's a little bit distracting now. At this stage, it's a bit distracting now. So we're getting rid of this. Move you over there out of the way. We will continue that away. Alright, good to go. Good to go. Let's just get this, get our jar closed back up again. So this is not the blackest black. That would be this right here. So that is the stuff that I use for all the base rims, especially the plaques and the plinths. That's the big thing, because, well, again, this is somewhat close. It still has a little bit of a sheen to it. The idea behind this is that it is totally flat and that it absorbs, it does, not as much of the light bounces back at you as it does maybe with some of the other materials. I did ask Ken from Badger if he could make essentially that just out of his Stynylrez black primer. That's good, Arid. Actually, I got to do me the same thing, Arid, after the stream here. One of the many things. Yes, I need to enjoy some of that myself. That would be glorious. Of course, that didn't happen until after all the printing stuff. Ooh, speaking of which, let's check BambiCam here and see if that is still a printing away there. It's another section of that dwarf tavern, which is giant. Oh, so it's getting there. It's getting there. So we're at 82%. And it's printing out. This is one of the bottom sections here. It's kind of a big, sort of like an octagonal shape, I think. So, Leaky Spigot, hopefully your Monday was, well, at least tolerable, if not good. And hopefully your Tuesday is off to a good start. yeah. Wait a minute. Let me grab this guy here, and before I forget, because I will. Boom. There you go. On those funnels. So that is the bamboo carbon X1. That's uh, that's why we jokingly call it Bambi Cam. Actually, Sector X, after having to change the nozzle because of the implosion or whatever that happened a couple of weeks ago, I have some files that might be basically it's like a dead Mumak file and it's all in one piece. And I thought maybe that's where I try to put the point .2 nozzle into the bamboo and try and print something like that because it's still basically a terrain piece instead of trying to print up a miniature like a larger bust or something like that. It should maybe be a simpler file too than maybe something like a Loot Studios figure or whatever. So there was a part of me that was tempted. I guess the one thing I realized is like, okay, well, at first I got to get the spool out of there, right? So it's not like I don't think that there is a function just in not the slicer thing, but just your general control where you can just say, okay, shoot whatever spool is left over out of the nozzle there, so I can change the nozzle without having to yank the stuff out of it. That's because that was not the, shall we say, the most delicate of processes. When that thing happened a couple of weeks ago, I just kind of yanked it out of there because, well, it was pretty clear the nozzle was destroyed, so I didn't need to try and save it there. Here again, obviously I don't want to be heating up the filament so that it's movable because 260 degrees Celsius might be a little toasty on the fingers. Again, just speculating there. That could be a wee bit warm for beer skin or human skin, either way. Just getting some more of my light up there and on that part of the mast. So let me see here. I'm trying to get one of my images. Here we go. Let's do this. Okay, so it's, well, never mind. It's the same one. Okay. Let's try this one here. Okay. Break this down some more. Alrighty then. Anchor. And then this here. There is your 1. There's your 9. And that will start right about here. Come on. There. This is a tough set of markings to get because of how low the hull is down to the water. Also not, a surprising lack of knowledge of Japanese characters too. I'm just kind of guessing a little bit what's going on there. Now we need to do the same thing on this side here, which will start right about there. I guess I need to thin that down a little more. Come on. Well, I'm not quite where we wanted that to go. This one gonna go like that, and then we have our 3 lines there. These are gonna get lighter edges around them because these are probably some little either machine gun nests or maybe, well, they're not going to be range finders. Let me lighten the ends of the barrels. Kind of did that on the towards the bow there. Back to this destroyer here. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of lighter things we can do on this guy. Now that all that rust kind of streaking has settled in place. So 3 hours, 6 minutes ago, well, there's actually 4 of these ships had no paint on them whatsoever. None at all. It is, again, don't blink, right, because you're going to miss something. So thanks, Armada Warfare, posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, you subscribe to the Patreon page, you do that $15 level. Yeah, you're getting at least 2,000 hours worth of videos. Probably closer to 2,100, if not 2,200 hours. And every month I generally do somewhere around 20 hours of new vids. So it is basically impossible for you to binge watch it all because there's new stuff coming at you generally about every 3 days. Nearly every 3 days is a new video. I try to maintain a schedule somewhere along that line. That's why we get about 10 videos, somewhere between 8 to 10 vids a month. Let me try this here 1 second. I'm just looking for my other reference here. Try to get a little more light on the top of that stack. Yeah, this turret needs to get lightened up as well. So see you later there, Doji. Have a fantastic Tuesday. As always, thanks for being here. Well, we'll see you on your Friday. So again, thanks a bunch. Fine, we're going to lighten up that a little bit more too. And then these torpedo tubes, I got to get a little something lighter on those. Sneaking some, again, some lighter stuff down on those torpedo tubes here again. This bridge has a couple of windows on here. Let me see if I can get those a touch later too. It is really weird doing destroyers from other countries because you keep thinking of the prototypical US multi-purpose 5-inch gun turrets, and everybody else's are just so much different. The shape and size of them very much different. Okay, let's go back to Mogami here. Yeah, we'll get me some more light on some of these sponsons out here. These anti-aircraft mounts there. Maybe a little something here on the aircraft catapults. I might need to. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit more of the light on some of the anchor chains and such up here. Like you do there, we go. A little bit more of that light here. And I'm gonna do a little double check for what. Yep, we're gonna get a couple of more refined, lighter waves on. Again, we call this our ambient water here, where it does not influenced by the ship cutting through it at all. Kind of get some light on the edge of that. So again, this is the aircraft deck right here. So those might just be really more for ventilation as opposed. At first, I was thinking those were torpedo launch things there. Not not as familiar with your Japanese cruisers as say some of your British cruisers and Australian cruisers. Well, ironically enough, except for this one, because one of these, not the Mogami, but the Mikasu, that was sunk at the Battle of Midway. That was after the battle. I'm going to try and go even a little darker now, I think, with some of my blue here in the... Here, let me get this off to the side. I might still try to use this. So let's take... I might use a little bit of thinner in that as well. So get some of our Prussian blue here, maybe some of the phthalo green. And that is going to go in some of these areas. Again, just to get a little bit more. There we go. That's what we needed. A little more of our dark back there. I was getting all kind of just all mid-tone and then light. I will. Oh, here's my blending brush right here. There. Yep, that little bit. Well, we kind of had it on this side over here, but port side did not have any of that. It also starts to push our churn more towards the center, which is what another thing I wanted. Okay, yeah, big difference there. Let's do some of that on our destroyers here. Yeah, it's a semi-dry brush type of thing here. All the way in here. Landing brush, where'd you go? There you are. Same with this guy. Maybe a little bit of the phthalo green as well as the Prussian blue. Okay. Maybe do a couple of my lighter waves out here. And I'm gonna just use the ice blue for that, not the white. So again, a few little wave crests cutting through that. Good to go there. Here, let me grab our. Again, so that's the early war Musashi. You can see that those two are really starting to conform there again as we enter. Well, we're 3 hours 16 minutes in here. This mast here, I'm gonna get some lights on that. Also, the turrets here that don't need quite so much rust on all of that. There's a couple of deck elements here, I think, that I also want to make a little bit lighter. They got kind of a rusty thing going on. Also, you have these mooring cleats there. Also over here. Yeah, all of these deck elements, I want to make some of those a little bit lighter. Again, not looking to make it a rust bucket there. Is there? Maybe there's a window there. Hard to tell. Thinning this down. That's our fast mat weight. Now I want to get rid of that up there. Yeah, you know what? The sides of these two turrets here, and also the barbette ring, gotta get that better determined. Maybe I might even do a little highlight there on the. Yeah, that's the canvas. Well, basically the water guards there. And I believe this was another. I think the French ships were the same, or some of the French cruisers, because cruisers are one of the trickier ships. You'd think it'd be battleships, but cruisers are the trickier ships to get that literally the balance of what kind of firepower are you going to have, because cruisers are supposed to be fast. They're supposed to be fast, but they're also supposed to have bigger guns on them. Do you go more guns? Or do you maybe go a few fewer guns that are also maybe a little bit bigger? And weight is always an issue because that cruiser hull is usually going to be, say, longer and narrower than something like a battleship hull, which by its nature has to be a bit wider so that the ship doesn't just get blown over on its side when it's firing those big guns. And cruisers, sometimes they end up having so little armor on them that they're as fragile as a gigantic destroyer, right, Sergeant Ram? How are you doing? Thank you so much for that follow. It's like, well, I don't know, man. Unless maybe those dwarves have some armor on their ships. My era, just splinters. That's all you're going to get. Thank you so much. We did actually have a 6 on our Gandalf 6 dice. Let's see what happens for Sergeant Ram. That's cocked. Boy, we never had a cocked dice ever, and all of a sudden now that's all we get. Okay, so there we go. Again, a solid roll of a 3 right there. Well, Leaky Spigot, thanks for being here. Again, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Appreciate you being here all the time. Well, we'll see you on the Thursday stream, Spigot. See you then. And have yourself a good rest. So, Sergeant Ram, I hope that you know having something like this on kind of gets the painting mojo going, and you're having a lot of success painting your minis there. And again, some folks they have a much more either a fun time or it's even just easier for them to paint miniatures when they're kind of when it's more of a basically a group setting or something. And I can only imagine you got somebody who's streaming some miniature painting. It kind of again gets you into the flow of things. So that would be fantastic. Let me get here we go. Let's kind of take that, but also perhaps a little bit lighter. Let me see. Take some more of that. Well, that's really going to be light. A couple of these, couple of areas on the deck here. Rivless, it almost sounds a bit like the rabbit hole of My Mini Factory, where you go on. That's like, I'm just looking for this one file. Yeah, I'm looking for like a Dauntless STL file. 200 things in your cart later, right? So Sergeant Ram, I know that well, the tendency is always our own worst critics, right? But definitely, give yourself a little bit of leeway, a little wiggle room there, because of course, there might be effects where you say, yeah, I wanted it to come out like this, but obviously, any of us is none the wiser. So maybe to you, you see it and you say, I really wanted that to look like this. Whereas again, a casual observer might just only see the nifty stuff. And also Sergeant Ramp, sometimes when you look at you take pictures of your stuff, that camera can sometimes be like a neutral observer. That was something we used to do. We would take a look at our stuff, like the pictures of our stuff, and we'd say, wow, well, okay, that was better than I thought. Because, again, as you're painting it, you're sort of hyper aware of, oh man, geez, I wanted this to look like that. It's just not happening the way I visualized it. So, if that might also be helpful, kind of to, again, look at the stuff from a fresh perspective or something, sometimes the photos do that. Now, Revless, those can be super tricky, right? Because it'll say, well, this is free. It's not really free. This is a gift. It's not really a gift. And then there's all this stuff. Okay, well, to get the free shipping, yeah, you can get the free shipping as long as you get enough dollars or whatever of stuff from the more local warehouse. So it's like you have to balance off the stuff that's not local with stuff that is. Well, Sergeant Ram, hopefully the sponge techniques work very well there. So yeah, the Sergeant Ram now. We used to use literally just a piece of paper background where we printed out essentially a blue to white fade, and that's what went behind our pictures. Photo booths now, boy, geez, I remember when there were Kickstarters for those, and they were tremendously expensive. Now you can go on Amazon and there's a bazillion photo booth things of all sizes. I mean, I got one that is 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot. I actually did, and of course, I'm gonna have to do it again because I just added, like 4 more ships to my Japanese fleet. But I actually did shoot some group shots and then a little bit of like a little teensy bit of a movie type of a thing. I still have not had a chance to. I think I transferred that movie as well, but I gotta try and do the in-video AI and see what it can do with that. So again, I hope that you know, like it's tough to say, oh, you got to be easy on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself, because I mean that is a way of improvement there by kind of looking at your stuff and saying, all right, I want this to be better on the next effort or something. Now we're going to add ourselves a little more light to the railing there. Again, I don't think I can do too much more to the deck. I don't want to make it that much lighter. Well, that's good, Sergeant Ram. That's good. Somehow, we'll get a little bit more of the light on top of those. Let's do a little bit of light here. Is there another? Yeah, there's another bit of that right here. It's actually a mini tripod right there. That's either a searchlight or it's a signal light. It seems a little bit low for a signal light, but yeah, Sergeant Ram, it adds up really quick. Same thing, right, Revless? It adds up real quick. And I'm very glad that I have the 3D printing options and all phases, whether it's the terrain, whether it's the miniatures, whether it's basing bits, all of those things. That does save some some cash for sure. And again, 3.5 hours ago, these three show. Yeah, well, you know what? Oh, wait a minute. I think now let me start fooling around with the water. I think on this one real quick, so because we wanted to maybe for folks that didn't see early on when we were doing the water, let's do some more of that. Let's do some more. And I know I was pretty much just using this. We use a little bit of that, a little bit of this here. It happens quick. Don't blink. Revless, I do think that's why that's why there is such a thing as discounts, is to do exactly that. Conspiracy theory, yes, but I have a feeling that's exactly what those are for. Well, I mean, of course, my mini factory, right? What's going on there? You got your fabulous winter sale, and you say, well, all the files are potentially half the price, so you get twice as many. So you spent at least as much as you were originally going to, possibly even more. Now, of course, with something like my mini factory, that you do have to also see that as well. You're kind of helping out sculptors and creators. That's kind of their only way of being able to do something like that. So I kind of see it that way. The same thing here with Lee, right? Coco's models, who did all of the sculpting of these. I need me some fast mat weight out here. So I like to think that all the different fleets that we're getting kind of helps out Lee so that he can keep doing his sculpting. I'm glad you found that vortex for cheap there, Revless. Now we're going to start to add some of our lighter stuff to the water. So again, it's maybe I'll have, oh, let's leave that one sitting there. Let's leave that one sitting there, and then we can kind of have those a little bit side by side maybe. So thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, latest video was indeed posted. That would be this with all of the tattoo stuff on it right here. Or not the tattoo, but all the freehand stuff. We have done, oh, was that a big old giant or ogre or something like that? We did, Nordic tattoos. Oh, that's right, on the, what was it? Oh, the Conquest Werewargs. We did all kinds of Nordic tattoos on them. So again, we're starting to work in here some of the lighter parts of our water effects. And again, this was all sculpted in. So the water, we're not just painting the water on there. That water is actually sculpted there. And is this the, yep, that is the Shiratsuyu class. Couple bit of lights there, so you can see now how that starts to develop a little bit. Where's my, yeah, some of this. Switch this around, go like so. More of our Payne's gray, perhaps. Let's just get some of that paint off of the brush there. Fine, I'll use a little bit of thinner there. So that's getting that off of the primer mix there. Now we'll do this, do a little quick rust type stuff while this is still active, and then we'll go back to our other ships and we'll let that have a chance to set. It's the same pattern that we've been doing the entire stream here. And again, with the oils, this is really the not the most it's the most efficient way to use it, but also kind of the best too, because again, this all has a chance to set, right? And we now get to go back to some of our other ships, so you can see here again there's a sort of a progression there. That's just the primer stuff, and you can see how that starts to get more and more refined as we go along. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not super surprised necessarily there. Revless, not super surprised. So we got that little bit of, oh, here, let's, don't want this stack to be too light, but that's way too dark. I need a little bit of light here on the sides of some of these turrets. Oh yeah, same deal here. Also, I think on the superstructure there, I might try to get a little bit more of my light as well. And by light, this is sort of a mid-tone gray. It's not, this is by no stretch of the imagination white or anything like that. Okay. Ooh, wait. Wait. This will be lighter here. The holy smoke, that whole fascia, that's got to be lighter. Might even go, ooh, not that light, but this might just do it. Yep, that's it. No lighter than that. And because we've been patient and not hasty little hobbitses, this paint has set. That's why we put this one off to the side. You can see it's kind of basically a rougher version of what we got here. Well, that's why we're letting that paint have a chance to set. So it's already a little bit less shiny than it was just even a few minutes ago. You don't necessarily have to set stuff aside for hours and hours. Sometimes 10, 15 minutes is enough to make a big difference. I don't know. Let me try a much lighter gray on this mast back here. Again, the Coco's models, ships, I mean, they're pretty accurate. Again, they're 1/1800 scale. Are they going to have all the same details? Let's say a 1/700 scale ship, in model form is going to have? Well, definitely not. I could probably get away with printing these things maybe twice the size. That would be about it. I don't think I could get away with printing them any bigger. The only reason I was thinking of doing that is that, well, it could almost be like, well, it's not going to be as big as Cruel Seas. Because in Cruel Seas, you actually have crew members that are probably, I want to say, at least a quarter of an inch tall. Let me see if I can find, there it is, one sec. So you can see there's actually crew walking around on the deck there. I want to say that, if you put all of these ships end to end, they're probably not as long as that ship was. That's a big chunk of resin and metal right there. Actually, that's a video on the YouTube channel that you can check out. Yeah, I just realized that. I'm going to try at least maybe on the top edge of that the funnel there. Let me see if I can lighten that up. These little windows here, I'm going to try and get a little bit of a highlight on the underside of each of those. We did it on this side, so that's why I needed to do it on the port side. Now we got this one here. Oh, that's definitely. Oh, let's get some later deck texture or color on here. That's what I knew there was something on this one. I don't think our newest one has any sort of a deck at all, but this one does need something a little bit lighter here. And you too. All right. Almost didn't see that. Here we are. Oh, that's right. Just fore and aft. It's not in the not in the midships. And trying to sneak in some of this later stuff here if I can. So not in there. Trying to sneak this around the turrets there. Come on. There we are. All right, and then to this really the light version of it with this and our fast mat right together. Ah, there. Lighter up here. So the center, I'll just have to get some my gray there, I think. In the midships portion. That'll be an interesting challenge getting that in there. Okay, so we'll stop with that. Now let's get some of our lighter gray here. That yeah, that's going to be pretty light there, but I think that'll work. Down in here, oh, also to on that platform. Yeah, let's get this platform lighter here. We did it on the other part of it, but now let's sneak a little bit over again our lighter gray down here on the main deck. Here as well. Get that down here. This little bit of superstructure under there. I'll try to lighten that up. This too. Yep. Now, see, we sort of did it on the other side. All right, now I'll go back to this fourth one. This fourth one here, you can see we got a whole bunch of stuff on that hole to equalize here. Let me do some of this, a little bit of that lighter stuff there. And that is going to wipe away some of that, some of the waves that we just kind of, well, splashed up onto the side of the hole there. Let's do that on this side. And up, I can see there's supposed to be some of our planking back here, just like on our other ones. So before I start putting in the lighter Great. Might as well do this because, well, it's going to get on the gray anyhow. Let's just do that now. Now, with the even lighter version of that, sure, let's try that too. That's over here, just basically the fast matte white combined with the Mars Yellow Deep. Good to go. Now let's do some of our lighter stuff on the water here, shall we? Gonna get that fast matte white worked up here. Because again, while we're doing the water, stuff on the ship has a chance to set a little bit more. Just a bit more here. Let's do that. Let that cut right in there. Oh, see that? Look at that. We have a whole bunch of mid-tone. Maybe a little smidge of dark, but we have none of our really light stuff going on. That really makes a big difference here, doesn't it? We need to make that definitely a bit lighter here. Get that all churned up like so. Get more of our waves cutting up against the hull there. There is a bit of thinner mixed in with this, but thin sticks to thick and vice versa, so it's going to depend what's already there. Maybe a little bit more of our light there. I think we have a bunch of our green. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of maybe the Prussian blue in there. So, here, let me get rid of this. Paint out of here just a little bit. Nah, that's not really going to work. Well, it's going to get some of the paint out of this here. I think this is actually, we were using this almost as a blending brush before. I'll see you later there, Arid. Again, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. I know you always stay here super late. Hopefully, though, this hopefully it leaves you with some nice, just a nice chill, calm, sleeping thoughts there. Nice and mellow, nice and peaceful for a nice, easy sleep. So that even if it's not a long sleep, it can still be kind of refreshing. There's been some folks I've tried to explain. I said, look, but some of the mischief that when it goes on here, it's you might even sleep for 8 hours and get less rest, I guess you could call it, than say a very chill, restful 4 hour sleep. And again, I try to get them to try to understand that, yeah, sometimes just because you're asleep, it doesn't mean you're really actually getting that good, solid rest. So, see you later there, Arid. Thank you so much again for being here. I'm trying to alter this just a little. There's a bit too much of a warm green thing going on there, so just trying to get rid of some of that. And I think we managed to do that. Now I'm going to try and get some of the darker stuff on the, as we like to call it, the ambient water there. Basically just at this point the Payne's Gray. Or indigo, I mean that's generally we were taking the indigo, maybe a little bit of the Prussian blue and mixing that in there. Okay, so now I can come back and let's start to get some of our some of the lighter stuff going on with the superstructure lighter grays that also do not have the rust happening, or at least not as much. Let's see, 3 hours 50 minutes ago, all of our ships, right, all 4 of our ships had absolutely no paint on them whatsoever. We've even done some freehand insignia on our destroyers too. And all that in just less than 4 hours. All done with traditional oil paints right out of the tubes. Going all the way down here towards the stern. Oh, that's interesting. It's an offset. That's an offset, though. There's a... Oh, that's for torpedo. I guess more torpedo launching systems here. And that also needs to get some of our deck color, not so much the deck planking color. Now I think I can start to work in some of the lighter, essentially highlight colors here on our ship. Let's do that. Using the ice blue, I think, here for this next round. We thin it down, but to a degree. If it's a pinline wash, it'll just go all over the place. That is definitely not what we're looking for here. Anchor chain, might even try to go a little lighter on that. That's our first destroyer where I can actually identify a mooring cleat. Let's get a little something lighter here on this turret, also on the barrels of the turret. Mooring cleat back there. You know what? Here, let me get this out of the brush. I'm going to go back to some of my fast mat because I think there's still some waves that need to be more readily defined against our hull there. And again, that texture is sculpted in. You can only really see it easily when I do this. So you can see that's actually sculpted on texture there. And that's with the heavy gloss gel. Fill you in. Yeah, I'm going to make that later. Right up at there we go. Now I'm going to try to make that more equalized. We might still do a little bit more with our rust stuff here around the anchor chain there. There's really no sponsons hanging over the side, so it makes it a little bit difficult to do, except for here. This is a place where we could do a little bit of a Bit of streaking right there. Back to our lighter gray again here. You know what? Let me some. This is our blending brush, I think. I'm gonna do this. And also, I still want to get the. Just realized that's awful distracting. We took care of that on our other ones. Let's get rid of that on this one now. And I think. No, that's not the one I was. It was this one here. Just gonna get the paint out of this, and we're gonna be putting some of this again along the edge of the base, because the base is just a piece of heavy plastic card. I can kind of see how heavy that is. So that is the plastic card that I've been using for all of these. I did really, I kind of envisioned doing multiple ships. I wasn't sure just how many. At first I thought it was just going to be kind of more your larger ships or the more well-known ships, but since the fleet packs generally include at least a couple of destroyers and one or two cruisers, I thought, well, okay, well, we have to come up with base sizes for everything. My bases tend to be a little bit larger than something for a game because I wanted to make sure I could have some fun water effects on there. I think I got this all the way around now. Yeah, that's much less distracting there. Okay, good. Just sorry for that little interlude there. It was kind of necessary. Now I have this little tiny bit of water here because, well, that's acrylic. Alright, let me move this out of my way here. Now back to my light. Where's my brush that I was using? I think this is it. Let's start to get some lights here along our hull, on the turrets, our railings here. Wow, this ship barely has any kind of railing at all. Not sure again what that might be. That's not another. Those must be depth charges right there. And let's put that up here. Also over here. So our turn definitely we got a little bit better there. Now let's get back to some of the lights on the superstructure. Not sure if those are signal lights or if those are searchlights. That mooring cleats here. Let me lighten those up. Now we have ourselves a little bit anti-aircraft going there. Also over here. These are some unusual shaped turrets on this one. Now that is the Shiratsuyu. Let me look at my. I want to see if there's any kind of Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay. That's what I needed. And so we do have that same kind of marking there. Can you see what we're doing here? I think so. There we go. We'll do that over here. And boy, that's going to be really, really interesting to get that on here. Because again, this is a really low freeboard right here. Yeah, that's going to be further back. I'll have to cut away some of this with our lighter, or with some of our darker gray. I have to come back with the darker gray anyhow. So not necessarily a problem. This thing that looks sort of like an N. And then this crazy thing that looks a bit like an E. And then there is that marking there. Now I'm going to take some a little bit darker gray, maybe something like this. And try to define that a little more. Alright, we'll set you off to the side. Let's grab our cruiser again. So yeah, this one right here, this one is the Shiretsuyu class. This one is the Fubuki class. This one is the Kagero class. What was this one? This one. So is this one the Hatsuaro class? Because this one I couldn't find it on the couldn't quite match that up. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit more dark back into this, right around this one mooring cleat here. And Denethor, I do hope that I hope that streaming is super fun for you. I know it's a ton of work, right? Getting everything set up, and I don't mean just initially. That's a lot of work, but it never really ends, does it? Because you're constantly having to adapt the setup to maybe what you're working on and such. Yeah. Oh, here, we really need to do some cleanup along the edge of this. Again, it's not surprising. This is the side. The starboard side is where all of the supports end up. I'm going to try and get some more of the portals there too. And there we go. What about the side of the superstructure? I don't think I want to make that stack any lighter. Might make this a little bit lighter though. Yeah, a little bit lighter. That was not a little bit later. That was nothing. Here we go. Never did the back of these turrets either. Pretty sure only the American cruisers had the super firing turrets, and those were only the 5-inch dual purpose guns, so they weren't necessarily heavy. Wasn't like there was, one, 1, 2, 3, 8-inch turrets or something like that stacked on top of each other. No problem, Denethor. Well, that's the other thing, right, Denethor, is that Twitch is so twitchy. That always apparently even YouTube was being all weird for folks trying to stream live the other day. It was deleting people's chat messages. The other people in the chat complaining that their messages were being deleted and some moderator was deleting them. Oh, thanks, Moriarty. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to think the last time we painted just our regular ships here on stream, because we did 2 Armada Mondays with the flat art. And then I think there was, I wonder, there wasn't definitely wasn't a 28mm ship. But at least now you'll certainly be seeing our, well, at least the French fleet, possibly the Kriegsmarine 2. And of course, we will keep the French and British navies apart because, well, Mirz el Kabir and all. We don't want that to cause any rifts. All right, we'll paint. Yeah, let's get a little bit of the lighter stuff in the bow here. That's, if anything, maybe a little bit of reflected light from the wave crest in there. And there again, just to a little bit of the here, trying to get some of this light up right up against the hull here. I think I can go, yeah, a little bit more light right there, and also here. Now I'm going to go back to our, got some Prussian blue here. And I'm just going to try and sneak in, yeah, see, we kind of did it on this side where we have some of the Prussian blue, darker stuff right up against the hull. We didn't have as much of it over on that side. Also trying to vary again the edge sharpness of these things. We need to vary that as much as possible. Like we just did there. See, we took an edge and kind of again took away a little bit of the edge there. Now I need a little more of the phthalo green. There we go. Okay. And then up here, I don't know. Maybe I. No, just roll with this. We'll roll with what we got here. Because I want to make some of this a little darker out here. Maybe even along here, make that darker as blending brush. Maybe we'll just use this guy. Let's use this one right here. There you go. Enough said. Which one is... okay, that's one of our earlier ones. I'm going to do the same deal here with some of this Payne's Gray. Bit of dark up there, and some down here. Need to carve away a little bit of that bow wave. Yeah, let's get this cleaned up a little bit along this edge. See, now that looks like it has a little dimension. See how some of that wave is cutting over the whole of the ship there. We needed to do that, otherwise we wouldn't have. It wouldn't look like it was raised up over that edge of the hull. Now there's another thing I haven't done at all in any of the barrels yet, is actually kind of black out the end of them. Let's do that here. Those are got these guys blacked out now. Is there a couple of them right here? Because the highlights get on the end of those and make them kind of weird on the end. So there's they sort of a little bit more like guns here. Alrighty, and I think there's one more here. Let me get some of that dark down in here. And separate that. There, let me get this numeral reading a little bit better. Oh, thanks, Denethor. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's really weird about Twitch, right? But it just, I don't know, it can be so funky. And okay, yeah, this superstructure here, we're gonna get a little more light into that. Oh yeah, this thing. So platform there needs to be lighter. Let me see something here. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I forgot all about our table hockey players. That's right. The only regular, like human looking hockey players I was ever able to find for STL files. Can't this crazy shape there to that one turret. Nah, that's what I need. Also do is get the dark here into these stacks. So that funnel needs some dark. Same thing with this one. Thanks, Denethor. Yeah, you know what? What's weird is that with the Coco's models there, I could not find things like Surcouf. I swear there were files that used to be there that are not there anymore. And he does do submarines, so I was disappointed to look around, at least for the French ships, and not see Surcouf there. It was very surprising. Now, again, who knows? Also, my mini factory doesn't always display things quite as well as it should. Yeah, there's just the Suffering class cruiser. There's the Barask. That's another really ancient looking cruiser there. I had tended to thought, well, we could it would almost be like a ship in a bottle, Denethor. We would have a thing of resin like this or something. Right? Or I could, we'll make it out of a blister pack, and then we'll just have the submarine suspended in resin on the inside, Denethor. Because, of course. And here, let me lighten up the top of that a bit. Same over there. Again, that's another set of torpedo launchers, or torpedo tubes there. Yeah, I do think I have the folks from, ironically enough, Geek Gaming Scenics. I think they did send me some pourable resin, so that's what would obviously the fastest way would be like some kind of clear printing resin, and you have one of the, was that the 405 flashlights or something, and that you use that to flash cure it. That's it. Is there a couple? Yeah, there's a couple more, a couple of more portals over here. So my apologies on the voice. That one call was a very long one. That was at least an hour, and it might be close to 2 hours. So it's almost like I've streamed. Well, technically, it's almost like I've streamed 3 times because I did do a stream that went into Monday. Then there was the at least almost 2 hour phone call, and now a stream that's been going on for almost 4.5 hours. So sorry if the voice is a little raggedy there. And again, on our Thursday stream, we could be painting more of the More of the dwarves here, not sure. Yeah, maybe just fix up that one barrel of that machine gun there. Actually, that's almost big enough to maybe be an auto cannon now that I think about it. Lighten up the little bits here, right here on that, again, that front part of that superstructure. There's your stairway there. Get a little bit on that turret ring. I need to get some light on this front plate there on the turret. Okay, now we got that, and then over here, a little bit of the light there. Now this one here, I never did get the light on that. There we go. Alright, let me... There. Thin this down. Thin that down. Yep, there's another one of those steers over here. Couple little lights over there on that. Ooh, this time let me take my blending brush to that. Trying to get that next... No, it's not really a platform there. Let's see what happened over here. Is that... Yeah, okay, that's just kind of where we had one of those support nubs kind of getting in the way. So yeah, where's which one is there? That's the Fubuki. There we go. So that is the Kagero right there. It's funny, Denethor, because as I was typing in those names just to find some images, right, to put down here, and they were, well, you would almost say like almost virtually sister classes, right, where it was just a slight difference. Because even a lot of the U.S. ships, the Colorado class versus the Nevada class versus the Pennsylvania class, they kind of look all the same just when you look at them very loosely. And then when you look at them closer, then you start to note those minute differences in hull shape or whatever. Actually, this is kind of a unique shape here where you have midships being kind of having the highest freeboard as opposed to the... Oh, here again, you can see on your destroyer bows there. Need to do a little bit more here. Well, I guess one that I keep thinking about is Drax. Usually, Drax would be streaming on this day, and we could raid into Drax. I guess I still haven't had a chance to shoot Drax a message. Hopefully, he is doing okay. Oh yeah, there's not as many. I could swear that Tealscar was actually streaming tonight, so that is good to see. Alright, better get that done there. do think it is just about time for me to head on down to start doing some printing stuff. Because now it's 3:15 here, and we've been doing this, well, 4.5 hours. Look at that. How time flies when you're painting your fleets. And let me just zoom out here so we can at least put all of these side by side by side. And well, now we don't have the difference between. I remember for a while we could kind of show these, having their differences, but now there you go. There's our 4 ships right there. So actually, well, I've got to print out the Kriegsmarine ships. I got to print those out on one printer, and then there's a whole ton of stuff for the tutorial series. Highland Miniatures High Elves. That's it. Classic kind of old world Warhammer High Elves. Those we got to get those prints underway as well. So thanks, Denethor. Appreciate that. And of course, let's say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations when Armored Wolf is very much exhausted and trying to recover. So we appreciate Armored Wolf doing that. And we also want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had some raids. Obviously, we had one from Zhang, so that was super cool. And again, thanks everybody that also has followed since then, coming in with the raids from Zhang and such. So we had a whole bunch of fun. We just, I think, let's see, I added 4 more ships to our Japanese Navy, which I think had about 10 ships. So yeah, we like 1/3 as many there. So thanks so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. And thanks again, everybody else. I'm going to do the raid countdown, get that underway, because that takes a few seconds to happen. So there we go. So again, our next Armada Monday, we will have some of the Marina Nationale, some of those French ships. So thank you so much, Moridier. Appreciate you being here. Thanks again.